ready? I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to welcome you to the regular meeting of the board, Monday, April 10th. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call tonight. We have all board members present. We will start with our open, as we always do, with our open forum. So in accordance to Board Policy 203, a 15-minute time period is set aside to receive citizen input through this open forum segment on the board agenda. Sign-up sheets are available at least 10 minutes prior to meeting time at the door. Tonight I'll be reading the open and public forum rules. Input from students, staff, parents, and community members in major decisions can be a valuable form of assistance to the board. Open forum is an opportunity to address the board. At least 10 minutes prior to each meeting, a sign-up sheet will be available at the meeting site for individuals to sign up to address the board. Only those whose names appear on the sign-up sheet at the time of the meeting is called to order shall be permitted to address the board. Up to 5 speakers shall be provided a maximum of 3 minutes. 15 minutes total to address the board unless an exception is granted by the board chair. Speakers will not be allowed to verbally attack, disparage, or potentially defame individual board members, employees, or students, nor may speakers use vulgar or profane language. Also, speakers may be precluded from disclosing personally identifiable private data regarding employees or students. Speakers unwilling to conform to the rules or time constraints may be told his or her privilege of speaking has ended. Board members shall listen respectfully to issues brought to them by the community, but not engage the individuals during their time. The board shall not deliberate or take action during the open forum regarding an issue presented. If follow-up by administration is necessary, the chair shall request that the superintendent follow up on the matter. When the board chair proceeds with the meeting, audience comments are no longer in order. However, the board members retain the right to call on district administrators for information to assist the board in its deliberations. Tonight we have one speaker. It is Katie Gabriel.
Good evening, directors and Dr. Thomas. My name is Katie Gabriel. I use she, her pronouns. I live in Savage. I have worked in academic libraries for over 20 years. I have my master's in library and information science. And most importantly, I am a parent of 2 avid readers in our school district. I have a 9th grader at Prior Lake High School and a 7th grader at Hidden Oaks. I want to express my appreciation for how you all are digging into the review of Policy 606. Based on the discussion during the last study session, I have a few thoughts that I'd like to share. First, I encourage you to continue to rely on the knowledge and expertise of our school library, and media staff. They are the true experts in our district when it comes to these topics. I also encourage you to include the estimated cost of a challenge in the reconsideration form. I think it's critical for the community to grapple with whether or not those resources could better serve our students, for example, by helping to fund a position dedicated to supporting student mental health. You also mentioned that administration recently removed a book from the collection, and it sounded like that might have been done outside of the policy and some processes in place. I would suggest that that's a very slippery slope. Why have that procedure and policy in place if administration is simply going to circumvent it? There was also some conversation around using age to restrict access to materials within a school library collection, and I would strongly discourage that. You could have 2 6th graders standing next to each other with very different reading levels and reading interests. Let's not limit what they can read in their own school library simply because they're in 6th grade and not in 7th grade. There was also interest in looking up what your student has checked out from the library, and I get it, lost books are a real issue. But I would suggest instead that parents talk to their students and ask what they've checked out that week. What intrigued them about a particular title that they decided to bring home? You have wisely included the Library Bill of Rights in your Policy 606. Item number 7 in the Bill of Rights begins, "All people, regardless of origin, age, background, or views, possess a right to privacy and confidentiality in their library use." Surveilling what someone has checked out from the library collection can have a chilling effect on their curiosity, their intellectual growth, and intellectual freedom. I encourage you to stand by that Bill of Rights and support our students' right to privacy and confidentiality when it comes to their library use. Again, thank you for digging into this challenging and extremely important work. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our only speaker tonight. In the interest of all our guests' time who have come tonight for Laker Pride, we're going to ask for a motion to amend the agenda to move Laker Pride above the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to amend the agenda?
So made.
By Director Bullion, and a second
Second.
by Director Velazquez. So I have a motion and a second to approve the amended agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. And we will move on to Laker Pride.
Thank you, Chair Crosby, Board of Directors. We do have quite the full house this evening. A lot of students to be proud about, and we've got a few we'll start with. Trying to get the right order here. So, we have the Schultz Innovation Scholarship from the University of St. Thomas. This past month, we received very exciting news that 5 of our MNCAP students were selected as finalists for the Schultz Innovation Scholarship Program at the University of St. Thomas. This scholarship is only awarded to 10 students each year, and recipients of this scholarship are not only granted access to the Schultz Innovation Program, but also receive a 4-year full tuition scholarship as well. And we have our MNCAPS coordinator, Ms. Glenna Stone, here this evening, and she will speak a little bit about we'll recognize some of the students and some of their work. And 3 of those finalists that we're going to be speaking to about tonight is Lily Courteau, Mahika Kandula, and Kaylin Buckingham. And then this year, 2 of our MNCAP students were selected to receive this prestigious scholarship, Grayson Spronk and Smriti Data. If I got that correctly, I apologize. And I have to tell you, as a fellow Tommy myself, I am even more proud of you. Couldn't have picked a better university. Go Tommies, not Johnnies. My Johnnies fans in the house, gotta say that. But really proud of all of you and the work in representing Prior Lake Savage Area Schools. You are amazing students and going off to a great opportunity at a great university. And so with that, Ms. Stone, would you want to say a few words about MNCAPS? And then we'll call the students forward for their recognition.
Yes, so we have 5 of our students, like you said. We had 21 finalists out of 61 applications that were accepted worldwide, and 5 of our MNCAP students were either recipients or finalists. So it is a huge honor for them to be up here and to get this Schulze Innovation Scholarship for Grayson and Smriti. And then for our finalists, we have Lily and Kaylin and Magnika. So I have their pictures down here too, you can kind of see. They worked with Mr. Jared Jacobs, and he is not able to be here today, but he's a business instructor who really helped them through this process. They did interviews and application reviews and speeches and things to get ready for this. So I'm just so proud of them and all the work they've done, and they're amazing representatives of MNCAPS.
Great. Congratulations to all of you. Yes, and why don't you guys come forward here and we'll get a photo for the website.
Oh, okay.
Stay there for a bit. Congratulations.
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 Okay, next, we have our winter activities update. As you all may have heard earlier this evening, just before we started, our activities director, Jeff Marshall, you can tell he's a coach as he was corralling all of our athletes out there. He will update the board on winter activities, and we will recognize students that also qualified for state. And so with that, Mr. Marshall, the mic is yours.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Yeah, just trying to find the presentation. Yeah, it's a Google Slides. Yep. All right, wonderful. Well, thank you all for allowing me to come in and share some wonderful accomplishments that many of our student athletes and activity folks have been able to participate in this past winter. Obviously, you know, with the weather we have outside today, we know that the winter season is behind us. Thank goodness. We enjoyed the winter season, but the weather outside, we are definitely ready for our spring season at this point. So one of the things that I believe should have been shared with you is our co-curricular report here for this past winter. Again, it's up here on the screen at this point right now. And at the beginning, we really just want to go through and make sure that we are constantly able to remind ourselves specifically why we are involved in education-based athletics. Education-based athletics is far different than certainly many of our club sports that are out there and other pieces that are out there. So when you look at a education-based activities program, everything that happens after school becomes the seventh period of the day. You know, the expectation is that our students, when they go and they participate in our athletics and our activities, continue to learn, continue to develop, and continue to become not only outstanding in their sports and in their activities, but also outstanding human beings. And we really focus on that within our programs. And so, again, throughout this report, we talk about the definition of success and what that means to create memories and relationships and to teach lifelong lessons. Here you'll see our specifically our different character traits that we have. And this was developed a number of years ago. And if you look down with the acronym LAKER, you'll see that as we talk about our student athletes and our activity folks, looking at the moral character of what we want them to learn as they go through our programs. As moral characters, again, we expect them to learn a love, appreciation, kindness, empathy, and respect. And then when it comes to performance, again, you have the LAKER acronym that's there. We want them to think about leaving a legacy, being an advocate, having knowledge, enthusiasm, and being resilient as they go through these programs as well. Included in this report, you'll also see our winter season participation numbers. Our participation numbers did increase from the previous year. So those are some figures that you can look at specifically for sports during the course of the season. And at this point, then, we will get into actually being able to recognize a number of these students for many of their accomplishments. And we're going to start with our Alpine ski team. Our Alpine ski team is a combination of both boys and girls. They do practice together. They do compete separately. Our girls team this year finished as conference champions. They went to Buck Hill, where they competed in the Section 6, which is probably the toughest section in the state. They finished second in the Section State tournament and became state qualifiers. And first time ever in the history of the school where the Alpine ski team made it to state. They went to state and they actually finished second at state as well, which was a huge, huge accomplishment. On the girls' side, we had Annabelle McCann, who finished 10th, Coven Rice, who finished 15th, and then also members of the team were Emily Reed, Olivia Reed, Elizabeth McCroskey, and Annika Meyer. And then on the boys' side, the boys finished 7th in Section 6, and Blake Stout was our lone state qualifier. And Blake was able to go up and qualify and ski also up in Bowabic at the state tournament. So that's our alpine skiers. Congratulations. All right. We'll go on to our Nordic skiers. For Nordic skiing, again, very similar to alpine, the teams do train together, and then they do compete separately. The girls ended up finishing third in section 1, barely missing qualifying for state. We did have 3 individual state qualifiers for the girls, though. Sophia Basile, Brooke Marquardt, and Hannah Cole all qualified for state. The boys finished second, and again, the top 2 teams do go on to the state tournament. And so at the state tournament, they then finished 9th. And individually, Tommy Simmons was 4th, Evan O'Connor was 8th. And then we also had Aiden Rossemeyer, Bjorn Olsen, Ledger Sears, Tegan Moore, and Alex Kraza also qualify as the teams for Nordic ski. So congratulations to our Nordic skiers. We also have our boys swimming and diving team. Boys swimming and diving is unique in that you don't qualify for the state as a team. You qualify individually, but then those individuals then score points for the team at the state tournament. The boys swimming and diving team did finish 9-0 in the South Suburban Conference. They were conference champs this year. At the state AA championships, they finished third, the highest finished ever in the history of Prior Lake. Took home a third place trophy from there. The 200 medley relay of Ethan Coulson, Owen Baudette, Griffin Lining, and Victor Trin finished 6th. In the 200 freestyle, Caden Chung finished 13th. In the 200 IM, Owen Dwyer finished 7th. And in the 50 freestyle, Victor Trin finished 6th. Blake Wallen was our lone qualifier in diving. He finished 3rd in state. Owen Dwyer also finished 3rd in the 100 butterfly, and Caden Chung finished 7th in the 100 butterfly. Ethan Coulson was 3rd in the 500 freestyle. The 200 freestyle relay of Victor Trin, Caden Chung, Owen Dwyer, and Jackson Stout finished in 5th. In the 100 backstroke, Ethan Coulson finished 2nd, and Braxton Helmers finished 13th. And the 400 freestyle relay team of Victor Trin, Caden Chung, Owen Dwyer, and Ethan Coulson finished 4th. So congratulations to those, and I think some of those guys are hanging out.
Coach Marshall, just real quickly, I do have certificates for all the players and athletes this evening. I think for the sake of time, I'll just give you the stack, and then you'll distribute as you can.
Perfect.
All right.
Sounds good, yep. Moving on to our wrestling team. Our wrestling team was very strong this year. They ended up losing to Apple Valley in the section semifinals, who ended up qualifying for state. We did have 2 individuals who qualified for the state tournament this year. Ada McGowan was a first-time state qualifier, and Alan Kaler, Alan as a senior, ended up being a state champion for the 3rd consecutive year. Won an amazing overtime match, 2-1 over a student from Wayzata, in a very, very exciting match down at the XL Energy Center. So congratulations to both of them. Our gymnastics team. Finished 3rd at the Section 2AA meet. We did have 1 individual qualify for state in the all-around competition. That was Taryn Block. This was the 2nd year that she qualified. In addition, Coach Patrick Kleckner was named the AA Gymnastics Coach of the Year. So congrats. Our dance team. The Prior Lake dance team was actually able to perform at the ReliQuest Bowl in Florida during halftime this year, which was, certainly a very big highlight to be able to do that and to be on TV for that. In addition, the team took 4th in both jazz and high kick at the Section 1 AAA meet, barely missing qualifying for state. We did have 4 dancers who were selected for the Minnesota Association of Dance Coaches AAA All-State Dance Team. That was Lauren Beck, Ellie Lorienzo, Faith Jung, and Izzy Dwyer. In addition, 3 dancers were selected for Team Minnesota, and they competed at the Miss Dance Team competition in California. That was Izzy Dwyer, Izzy Gordon, and Ellie Lorienzo. And Izzy Gordon was actually selected as the Miss Dance Teen USA for 2023. So congratulations. And that was this group, so congratulations to all of you. We will get you your certificates as well. We want to do a picture? Okay. You can all go stand right over there in the front there.
impressive.
Good job.
Let's make sure to publicly recognize and thank all of their coaches as well. So the coaches for the Alpine Ski Team were Dave Everson and Anya Smothers. For the Nordic Ski, Mark O'Connor and Paige Larson. For the boys swimming and diving, Joe Bollinger is our head coach. For the wrestling team, Joe Block was our head coach. For the gymnastics, Patrick Kleckner. And for dance, Madison Stallmer. So again, these student athletes would not have gotten to where they're at without the help and the support of not only their coaches, but certainly also their parents and their families helped them as well too. So thank you.
Really jingling.
So as you can see and hear, we have a lot of clanking coming in to the room at this point, and we wanted to make sure we took the time and the opportunity to congratulate and honor and recognize our cheerleading teams. I'm sure many of you have seen and heard the success that our cheerleading program has had throughout the years, and this year continued to be no different. This year, the team was able to once again qualify for the UCA Nationals that take place every year down in Orlando, Florida. This is the largest national competition that exists for cheerleading. So for them to be able to qualify is a huge, huge honor. A couple weeks before that happened, they did go to the state tournament, which is held down at Roy Wilkins every year. They started off down at Roy Wilkins being state champs. All right, well, once again, if I remember correctly, I believe the game day non-tumbling was state champs, and the JV was also state champs at that point. They had qualified for the Nationals earlier in the year, so they knew that they were going in the fall. And when they did go down to Nationals, the varsity team ended up as the UCA National Champs in medium traditional competition non-tumbling, and they finished as national runners-up in the medium game day non-tumbling. And JV, again, not only being state champs, but in the JV division, they also finished as national champions in the small traditional competition. So congratulations to all of our cheerleaders. That's a huge, outstanding honor. Again, you can see the hardware and the jackets, that these are things that they won while they're down at Nationals. And I know Dr. Thomas has one more thing that he would like to share.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to all of you. It's a great honor to share with you on behalf of Senator Eric Pratt. He has submitted a Minnesota Senate recognition for your performance, and I'll read that on his behalf. Whereas Prior Lake athletic teams are important to the success of our students and our community, and whereas the Prior Lake cheerleading team won its third straight national title, and now therefore be it resolved by Senator Eric Pratt of Scott County and District 54 of the state of Minnesota that he recognizes the significance of the accomplishments of the Prior Lake cheerleading program and its students, and be it further resolved that the hard work, dedication, and awards of the students of the Prior Lake cheerleading program be recognized as an exemplary example for the community of Prior Lake and the state of Minnesota on this day, March 21st, 2023, is when he submitted this on behalf of Senator Eric Pratt, and has the official Senate seal for you all as well. So congratulations for all of your hard work.
Names as they come forward, and so they can line up and have their picture taken. On our JV squad, we
Squeeze
had
to the
Ava
back.
Bildu, Avery Brett, Karis Taylor, Charlotte Anderson, Dayton Nelson, Hattie McGillivray, Jaslyn Benitez, Kate Kucera, Lila Kramer, Lily Mathis, Morgan Nemechek, Peyton Johnson, Piper Smith, Sadie Cronmiller, Shelby Goddard, and Willow Blotsky.
Your cheer formations. Pyramids. Yeah. Hoist somebody up.
And then our varsity athletes were Stella Goodman, Ella Arbach, Lindsay Higgins, Maddie Pickenpack, Piper Morris, Lauren Domer, Carly Copeland, Kendall Matson, Kyla Nauertz, Ella Thorson, Kaylin Buckingham, Stella DeLeva, Lily Courteau, Lindsay Clark, Reese Gugamos, Summer Scholl, Peyton Sukup, Mackenzie Henning, Kylie Gerke, Sadie Kettlecamp, Caitlin Clout, and Azara Olson. Thanks, ladies. Congratulations again. And our head coach, who is not able to be here tonight, Maddie Bills. Maddie's been with the program for a number of years, just her first year as the head coach this past year. And again, continued on with the strong tradition of excellence that these girls have been showing through so many years. We do have one more group of students that we're going to bring in from our winter season. These are students who have participated in a number of our activities and have once again experienced a great amount of success as they have continued on within these activities to the regional, state, national, and or international level of competition. We're going to start with our DECA program. Our DECA program had a number of individuals qualify for the state tournament where they did unbelievably well this year. From the state tournament, we did have 3 students who all placed high enough and qualified for the international competition to be taking place in Orlando. And those 3 students are Smriti Datta, Ben Paskanik, and Mahika Kandula. So congratulations. Our trial team this year qualified for the state tournament after advancing through regionals. The team members included Abby Leach, Izzy Bilyeu, Bella Ellert, Brenna Green, Paige Harvigal, Sophia Holloway, Karishma Kumar, Sevi Malone, Isabella McDonald, Andrew McEachran, Elodie Nemeth, and Alex Radcliffe. And in addition to that, Abby Leach was named to the All-State Attorney and the All-State Witness teams as well. So congratulations to our mock trial team. We have a unique situation with our Knowledge Bowl and the fact that we actually compete at both the Knowledge Bowl and Quiz Bowl level. They are different. Please don't ask me how they are different, but I know that they are different. And I know that Coach Olson would be glad to explain to any of you at any time the differences between the two. But it is unique, and they do have to actually train and prepare for both Knowledge Bowl and Quiz Bowl. So the South Suburban Conference recognizes the Quiz Bowl, and Prior Lake this year finished as the South Suburban Conference champions. They advanced on to regionals where they finished 4th, and they have now since qualified for the state tournament that will be taking place later on this month. Alex Fligger also qualified for the Individual Player National Championship Tournament that will be taking place in Chicago. And team members of the Knowledge and Quiz Bowl include Alex Fligger, Trevor Mong, Ava Bondhus, Ethan Figsten, and Sam Gang. Robotics and our speech teams, they are not here tonight. They will be ones that we'll actually recognize in the spring because they both have very large competitions still coming up here over the next couple months. So if everybody wants to come on up in the front so we can get your picture. Well, all of the students. Yep, come on up. And as they're doing that, I want to make sure that I take time to also recognize their coaches and advisors for each one of these. For DECA, Jared Jacobs and Jenna Kilmer run that program. For mock trial, our head coach is Takuma Padilla, and I believe Timothy Allen was here as well tonight. And also then for Knowledge Bowl, Brian Olson is our coach for that. So congrats.
Congratulations.
So as we wrap up, we do want to just say that we are extremely grateful for the student and fan support at all of our events that we're able to provide for so many students with so many different opportunities. And certainly a big thank you to all of those who have helped to make this happen. Our coaches and advisors, our teachers and administrators, our district office staff, all of you, our school board members, our custodial staff, our activities office staff, and all of our parents and community members who continue to support all of our extra and co-curricular activities here in ISD 719. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marshall, and again, a big congratulations to all of our student athletes and also to the families that were here this evening. The support network that you all have is absolutely amazing, so congratulations again. And Chair Krause and Board, we have one more as our commitment to each month that we convene. We highlight a school so that you and our community can understand kind of the daily happenings of our school buildings. And tonight we have Hamilton Ridge, who will be coming up to talk a little bit about their caring and committed conversations. And I have to say, you know, when I go out on our school visits, I think it was actually on the day you and I were meeting. And so if you meet me on a Monday or Friday, you're usually going to meet me in a school because those are my commitments. And we were able to both, Chair Crosby and I were able to sneak upstairs to actually participate in the first caring and committed conversation. And this is part of the work that we have done around our equity department that Mr. Oak has been leading. And this was an opportunity for our school staff, as well as two district level individuals, to listen to our students speak about the needs that they have as students. And I have to say that I was just absolutely stunned by the level of conversation. I believe these were fifth grade students that were speaking that day. And their ability to articulate what they need as learners. I jokingly said one student was this far away from using the term pedagogy. I mean, that's how deep and intellectual they were speaking about their needs. And I just said that day, when Hamilton Ridge comes to present, would you mind really unpacking that experience and what the students were saying, but also what did the staff learn from that, and how does that shift adult practice in our schools? Because just because they're fifth grade doesn't mean that they don't have solutions. And this is what I think you all will be hearing about this evening. So with that, I will call up our Hamilton Ridge crew. And Principal Fredrickson, I'll turn the floor to you, and you can introduce all that are here.
I will do that. Is there a way to get this to show our notes?
We will get that.
Okay. We'll do fine without the notes, but we'll do better with them, so. Well, thanks for having us, Madam Chair, Dr. Thomas, board members. We have a group here from Hamilton Ridge. Two teachers joined us. We have Shayna Bates, who teaches first grade, and Kristen Steer, who's our dean. and we also have 4 fifth graders. We had a team of about 12 fifth graders when we actually did this, and we did do a session with fourth graders as well, but we invited 4 fifth graders to come with tonight. And we have Andrew Oates, and Mason Larange, and Colin Ring, and Maddie Allen. And they're actually going to be leading the caring conversation. They're going to be acting as the adults, you're going to be acting as the students, but it doesn't really have to be adults and students. We want you to actually go through what that experience is like to have a caring conversation. So we need your participation. Sitting there silently is not an option, okay? Just want to make that clear. So our presentation is actually going to be in 4 parts. Let me back up here. Can I get this to share? Technology is wonderful, except when you can't get it to work the right way. I think it was actually operator error, so. We're gonna have 4 different sections tonight. The first is why would we be interested in doing caring conversations? I wanna be totally upfront, we aren't the first school to do caring conversations. We know other schools have done that. So call us copycats or call us whatever you'd like, but we felt it was important for our students. So we'll start with the why. And then Mrs. Bates is going to be coming up to talk really what are they, just so we understand what it is. You heard Dr. Thomas say caring and committed conversations. We actually just have shortened it down to caring conversations. Then the students are going to show you what caring conversations look like. So they'll be up with you and they will run the event for you. You just need to participate. And then our dean, Mrs. Steer, will talk about how we've responded as a building and how we plan on responding going down the road. So why caring conversations? So in the 1950s, the Air Force had a problem. They had better planes, they had really good pilots, but they were getting worse results. And they started to blame the pilots. Must be the pilots' problem. Well, it actually wasn't the pilots. They were very good pilots. So then they started blaming the technology. Nope, it was really good technology in the 50s. Thinking about it now would maybe make us chuckle, but it was really good technology at the time. Well, they went on to blame the flight instructors. It must be the teachers' problem that we're getting these worse results. It actually ended up being the cockpit. It was the cockpit that was the problem. And if you think about the 1950s, we were starting to fly faster than the speed of sound. We were hypersonic, and decisions being made in that moment were life and death decisions. And we needed a cockpit that worked and people could reach easily, because if you're having to reach all the way across in these very timely decisions. So what they decided to do was they did research around how can we design the cockpit for the average pilot. They took 4,000 pilots, they measured 140 different dimensions. That might be the distance between their eyes, their neck length, their arm length, their height, their weight. And they said, if we take the average of 140 things and design it for this average pilot, then it should work for everyone. So I didn't put 140 here, I only put a couple of different examples of things they measured. And they did this, and what they found out when they were all done is how many pilots do you think it actually fit? Actually, 0.
Yeah.
Not a single pilot fit the average cockpit. It sounded intuitive, but it actually was very, very much wrong. Even if you took just 3 of those, any 3 of those 140 elements, only less than 4% of the pilots actually fit the cockpit then. So it was just a completely wrong premise. So what they decided to do is look at each pilot had a jagged profile. So how do we design our cockpit for this jagged profile? One person will be short, one person's tall, one person has long legs, short legs, so on and so forth. And they started to design to the extremes. Don't design for the average, design to the extremes. I learned about this actually from a TED talk by Ted Rose, if you're familiar with him at all. But I actually looked at the research, it was fascinating. So they had these jagged profiles, and from this research, the airport said we need planes that designed to the extremes, and all the plane makers said absolutely not, it's too expensive. But in the end, the Air Force said, I'm not going to buy planes from you unless you make it to the extremes, and that's where we get things like adjustable seats, adjustable steering wheels, all those things we take for granted were what came out of these experiments. Well, I think our schools actually are a lot of the same thinking can go into our schools. There have been years where schools designed for the average student. And if you take a jagged profile of students, their background knowledge, their interest level, their experiences, their life situation, if you think of a student jagged profile, 20, 30 years ago, that average student didn't exist, just like the average pilot didn't exist. So in the last few years of education, we've talked about things like personalized learning, differentiated learning, guided small group instruction, to get more of that individualized instruction. It's almost like we take it for granted, we use that in our classrooms today. But we're still not able to tap our talent pool in schools. We still have learning gaps. We still have kids who aren't succeeding. Why is that? We have highly trained teachers. We have multiple degrees. We got lots of expertise. Well, let's ask the kids. Obviously, our expertise isn't pulling us. Let's ask the kids. And that's where caring conversation comes out. What if we actually ask the kids? What if we actually ask the students, what do you need? What would we learn? And how would that inform our instruction? That's the why behind what we're doing, because each student does have that jagged profile. And the needs of Andrew are strong. The needs for Mason are strong, but they're different. So how do we design the school for both of them? So caring conversation, that's the why. Mrs. Bates will talk a bit why, or the what about the caring conversations.
Hi, everyone. I am Shayna Bates. I teach first grade, but I'm lucky enough to be able to kind of put together our caring conversations for Hamilton Ridge, and then I get to work with the 4th and 5th graders. So I'm going to advance this. So what are caring conversations? What we've talked about, that it's to provide a space for student voice about important issues. And then the why is to see and hear each other's perspectives. So the students get to see and hear each other's perspectives, and the adults as well. And to build respect, understanding, and caring. And then one way that we've been asked is, how did you choose the kids to participate? And I met with the team of 4th grade teachers and then the team of 5th grade teachers, and basically just asked them 2 questions. Who do you feel like needs a voice? And who do you feel like will be an active participator and a leader in the classroom? And they all submitted some names, and we asked for their participation and got parent permission as well. So the design of caring conversations is, the beginning is an educational piece. So we give a little bit of background knowledge to the kiddos. Then we have a group discussion about that background knowledge. And then we wrap up, and in our situation, we didn't do 3 truths. We just did 1 truth for everyone to come around and say something at the end. And then, so our topic and questions for the first Hamilton Ridge caring conversations were built on our hopes and dreams for Hamilton Ridge. Hamilton Ridge is a new school. We started during COVID, and we've never really been able to come together as a community as much. And so we really wanted to talk to our students, especially our 5th graders, about what are your hopes and dreams for Hamilton Ridge. And we asked these 4 questions. Why should kids go to school? What do you like best about our school right now? What is one thing you hope for our school? And then, do you see any roadblocks to your hopes? And in our board packet, you'll see that we included some of the answers. I just kind of went through, Mr. Frederickson took amazing notes, and he wrote down everything that was said. And I went through and summarized it and just took a couple out. I'll let you read through that on your own time in the interest of time. But you'll notice that there's a lot of themes that come out of it. But why should kids go to school? This is my favorite. What do you like best about our school? And the first thing that both 4th and 5th graders brought up were teachers and staff. That was a really neat thing to see. And then you'll notice I highlighted one in purple. I teach first grade, so I kind of think it's a little bit like me too. But someone said, I don't know who it was over here, but they said, I don't know how kindergarten teachers can do it. And that was just so fun to hear. And then they also talked about the design of our school. At Hamilton Ridge, we have a unique design. And so it was neat to hear from our students the pros and cons, and they even, that was one of the best things I think about our caring conversations, was our students brought up problems, and in the same breath, they brought up solutions. That was probably the best part of the whole conversation. Then, what is one thing you hope for our school? They talked about the physical hopes, they talked about the curriculum hopes, and you'll notice that a couple things in the curriculum hopes will be presented on later when Mrs. Molden comes up and talks about our math curriculum, which is, we didn't even plan that, I promise. And then this is actually question 4, but what is one thing you hope for our school? And then what are the roadblocks to your hopes? And you'll see when Mrs. Steer comes up to talk more about what we took from this, and then are proactively working towards some of these problems. So now our students are going to lead you through what our caring conversations actually looks like.
So you saw the timetable, about 10 minutes of introduction, half an hour of talking. We know you guys do a lot, so we won't make you follow the full timetable. We will ask you, though, to be fully participant. So the students are going to be coming up, And when we did this, the adults were the listeners, and we actually wore signs, so it was clear we were there to listen. We didn't really share our opinions. We may have asked clarifying questions. They're gonna come up in that listening mode, but they're also gonna be leading it through. We wanna hear your ideas. So they're gonna come up, they're gonna grab a chair, and they're actually gonna sneak in somewhere. So if you guys make room for them, go ahead, grab a chair, slide in. Our kind board members will make space for you. This is just how we did it. We sat around a big table, adults mixed in with the students. And I will, we'll wait a moment till everyone's settled. Thanks for making space. We weren't sure it would work. We tried it before the meeting. All right, and I will pass it off to Andrew, who's going to start us out.
We're starting with norms, so people are informed of how to treat others in tonight's discussion. The norms help people not feel sad or put down because what they said wasn't considered important. Here are the norms we'll use tonight. After I read them, I'll ask you to agree to them. Be kind to each other. Ask questions to better understand each other's perspectives. Understand that your experiences have shaped your perspective and beliefs. Understand that other people's experiences have shaped their perspectives and beliefs. Keep names out of the discussion. If you've had a chance to share, see if someone else would like to share before going again. Honor each other by not sharing what others said. Are there any questions I can answer about the norms? Can you all agree to the norms?
Yes.
I'm wearing this listening tag to indicate that we are here to listen. Thank you. I'm now going to ask two other listeners, Colin and Mason, to start our conversation.
Thanks, Andrew. First is, why do you think
Yeah, I don't know. What do we do next? So, on our mic or just to you?
Do we talk as a group, or do we just say it in mic?
Oh, as a group.
Oh, as a group?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I think kids should go to school so that you can receive an education to pursue your dreams, whatever that means for you.
I was going to read our mission, which we repeat a lot, but it essentially is saying the same thing: to reach your full potential, and that we provide an avenue to do that.
Make new friends, and make new friends that aren't like you and have different perspectives and different ideas to share, because that's how we learn from each other.
Learn about all the great things that this world has to offer, and that they're all right there waiting for you to grasp them.
School provides lots of opportunities to things that you would never be, you would never have the experience to try or to learn. So it opens your mind to possibilities.
I think school develops skills that you need to become successful in the future, and also to kind of join different clubs and meet new people as well to get involved.
That people haven't talked about is to learn what your passions are, to learn what you really like and love, and be able to experiment with
Well, because it gives you some purpose with your days.
When you said that it's to help kids learn, we have a new math system that's going to happen next year because stuff that we have in school isn't relevant as much. So when you're saying help kids get to their full potential, it's kind of confusing because there are things in our school that aren't relevant to help kids grow in the future.
This is the young man, by the way. And I will say, Andrew, you are absolutely right. I think even in 2023, that there are things that are in school systems, not just ours, but probably across the country, that aren't meeting the needs of all of our kids. And that's our responsibility as adults to understand and listen and learn from you all, so that we can modify and adjust, because that's also what you learn, some of these skills in schools, is that learning isn't static. You don't learn something one day, you never have to go back to it. Learning is constantly happening, and just because we're adults doesn't mean we know everything, so we have to go back and redo some things sometimes, so that's a very good point.
Are there any other questions?
Oh, I didn't, I can add my last comment, so. I would just say, I think one of the reasons why kids go to schools is to learn how to understand each other as human beings, and learn what makes us different and special, and better understand each other as we go out into society and learn how to work with each other.
Our next question is, what do you like best about our schools?
And I'm going to go first since I went last. It's hard to go last. You take all the good ideas. So I would say that well, there's so many things that I love about our schools, but I think one of the things that makes Prior Lake Savage so special are the people within our schools, our teachers and our staff, and just how much passion they have for our district. So.
I'm constantly impressed by how many things we offer our students. I have a student that graduated last year, and I have a sophomore in the high school, and I feel like every year I learn about new offerings and new things, and that impresses me.
They're evolving.
Yes, they are. I think what I like best is you guys.
Maybe like what I think is how like the teachers make like learning like really fun and stuff, so the kids would enjoy it.
I like that too. I like the way that they have been evolving with activities like this that involve learning in your everyday activities, and you get to see the world through actual action and involvement, getting outside and living and breathing what you've learned, and then experiencing it with each other. That's something that didn't exist when I was in school. And gone down that path in such a productive and
I like how the district has created spaces and opportunities where everybody can belong in themselves, explore what that even means to be yourself, and kind of allow you to go down that path, or that path less traveled or not yet traveled, because everybody is different. You don't have to go down the same path. Staff that in spaces that are open and allowing that to happen. It's a beautiful thing.
What's one thing you
Of course, I have my board hat on, but I hope we have the resources to accomplish all the things we want to for our students, so they get everything they need to be successful.
And I would just say, my hope is that every student comes to school and feels safe, respected, and has the resources available to help them to reach their dreams and potentials.
my hope for our schools is that we continue to grow aspiring teachers and educators, that will continue to build the buildings, energetic minds like yourselves.
I hope for all students and teachers at our school to kind of have open minds and perspectives when listening to others, collaborating on ideas and listening to different opinions.
Question is, do you see any roadblocks to your hopes for our schools?
For all schools, then we're not going to be able to continue to grow. And we definitely need those resources.
I think some of the roadblocks could be what we kind of just talked about too, the same as our hopes. Hope that there's open-mindedness and different perspectives that teach us all something, because we can all learn from those things.
I would say the one roadblock is our inability to envision and embrace what is possible for our students and for ourselves as adults. That would be a huge roadblock.
I would agree. I think as adults, we get opinions, you know, when we get older. We get kind of stuck in our opinions. That's why I love being around kids like you. You see all the possibilities and make me less firm in my opinions and more open-minded about the possibilities. So thank you for coming.
Yeah. Mason, you want to finish your part?
That is all of our questions. Thank you for answering our ideas and questions. Maddie has one last step for us.
Thanks, Mason. We appreciated hearing all your hopes and dreams. This last step tonight is to hear 3 truths from our conversation. Would someone like to start by sharing one truth they heard tonight?
Open minds.
I heard kids are evolving.
The power of possibility and belief.
Thank you for your hard work and time. Mrs. Steer will now share how Hamilton Ridge has responded to our school's caring conversation.
Thank you, Maddie. I get to share how have we responded. I get the fun part. We met after this and we looked at what could be an easy quick fix, and there are many that will take some time to plan and solve. The first thing we did is we shared our conversations with our staff at SEL meetings, at BILT meetings, and then at our staff meeting. One concern that came up with a lot of our students was bus behavior. So Mr. Fredrickson and I met individually with each bus for about a half an hour, and we invited the bus drivers in, and they loved that. They were very appreciative, and we went over expectations with the students there and the drivers. Another concern that came up is we don't have enough playground equipment at Hamilton Ridge, so we are looking at buying some more playground equipment for our playground. We also have a group of 20 fifth grade students that are Hamilton Ridge Rangers, and they lead in our school by helping in other classrooms, reading with younger students, and we meet once a month, so I get an opportunity to hear their concerns more. We also involve students in all school meetings every month. And we're getting bridges next fall, and as you've heard, our students are wanting new, more engaging, and relevant math. Students attended the district one back, when was that, Mrs.? In March. And then they are attending another one this spring. And I think what we saw overall is we are reminded that student voice is powerful and student voice is impactful, and we need to provide them time so that we can listen. I'll bring up Mr. Fredrickson again.
Well, that's the caring conversation. Thank you. Give yourselves a hand for participating. Students, if you want to put the chairs back here and turn in your listening signs. And board, is there any questions that you would have of us, of our process, or anything that we shared tonight?
Will we get an update on how this all evolved? Will there be continuing updates?
I don't have an answer to that, but if that's what you'd like, for sure, yeah. You know, I would say hopes and dreams. I don't mean to at all diminish the importance of listening to hopes and dreams, but we also want to start carrying conversations with something that's a little more accessible. We also want to go a little bit deeper into some of those conversations as well. So as students feel more comfortable, you can ask a bit more deeper level questions. So I'm guessing you will hear more of our work.
Principal Fredrickson, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, great job. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
I will add that I was really wondering, when I previewed the presentation at the beginning, I was really confused by the flight. The flight.
Pilot?
Now I know, now I know. What's it called, right? Jagged profile. Got
Yeah,
it.
if I can't talk in analogies, I can barely talk, so. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Fredrickson, I have some certificates. If we can have the students and staff come back forward, we'll have you come forward for a group picture, and I'll hand these to you and you can distribute.
I'm sorry, I thought that was your Don't take my certificate, you just gave it to me.
Okay, we are on consent agenda. Making sure I'm not out of order here. And so I need a motion to approve the consent agenda, please.
So made.
All of us.
I got a motion
All of us
by
approve.
Director Atkinson and a second by Director Olsted.
Pick someone.
And tonight's consent agenda, consent agenda items are considered to be routine in nature and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a board member or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed as a consent agenda item and addressed. This includes the financials, so the bank reconciliation statement from February. It does not include March. That will come at the next meeting due to spring break. It also includes the approval of school board minutes from our board professional development session, our meeting in March, and our study session in March. It includes personnel items, candidates for employment, resignations, terminations, non-renewals. And that is all. This is, no, not a roll call, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. Now we will move on to the resolution for acceptance of gifts. Can I get a motion to accept these gifts?
So made.
By Director Bullion and a second
Second?
by Director Velazquez. And tonight's gifts are, we have a few. So Westwood PTC for second grade field trip, books and book bags for Westwood. That was a little over 1,000. Westwood PTC, 4,300 shed to house outside equipment. actually $4,329. There was an anonymous donation for just over $1,600 for music equipment and supplies for Jeffers Pond. Alan and Catherine Jones with a $50 donation to combat food insecurities district-wide, as well as plate, $903.15 to combat food insecurities at Hidden Oaks Middle School. And lastly, I think it's Spiker and Company, $500 to combat food insecurity at Hidden Oaks Middle School. All in favor, sorry, it's a roll call. Director Atkinson?
Aye.
Aye.
Velazquez?
Aye.
France? Burnick? Mulligan?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Thank you. We did Laker Pride, so we have no unfinished business. Nope, sorry, personnel items. The first is a district retirement, and we need to Director Herman, you're listed here. First, we'll do a motion to accept the retirement of Nancy Bowler, French teacher at Twin Oaks Middle School. And other retirees in the list, or just, sorry, okay, I'm sorry. So a motion to accept
So made.
by Director Olsted, and a second
Second.
by Director Velazquez. Any questions? The district retirement celebration on Thursday, May 18th, along with many of our other retirees, will be happening. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. Next, we have a health insurance update on our health and dental rates. We will be looking for a motion to approve. Do I have a motion to approve?
So made.
By Director Olsted, and a second
Second.
by Director Atkinson. And Director Herman is here to share with us any questions or discussion on that.
Thank you, Director Crosby, members of the board, Dr. Thomas. Tonight, we're bringing forward, every other year, we go through what's called a HITA process on our medical and dental insurance, for our medical insurance. This year, we knew we had to make a change. We were with Preferred One, who was bought out by UMR, so we knew there was going to be a significant change in vendor that added to the HITA process. So after a very thorough review of the RFP bids with the insurance committee, we are bringing forward the recommendation to move forward with UMR, which is a division of United Healthcare. Based on a review of our claims data, including our existing fund balance in the self-funded program, we are recommending an increase of 2% to our premiums for the next school year. That will continue to maintain a healthy fund balance, which is an important step in achieving consistent and sustainable premiums, so we avoid any drastic increases to premiums for the district or our employees in the future. Also, we're bringing forward a recommendation for a rate freeze for our dental based on our claims and our existing extremely healthy fund balance there. We are recommending that we hold a rate freeze for them, and we're remaining with Delta Dental. They are not part of the RFP process this year. I'm open to any questions.
Hi, Emily. I assume that the insurance committee, et cetera, has reviewed this. Okay. Was there any significant change to the formulary for the PBM after moving to United Health Group?
So part of the overall process, to answer your first question, is we do have monthly meetings during the school year with the insurance committee. The insurance committee is comprised of multiple employee group representations throughout the district that they receive analytics from our broker One Digital on the status of our medical claims and our dental claims, and then we also look at other offerings when they're up, like life insurance, different things like that. But the main focus is health insurance and dental. As part of the HITA process, we had 3 that brought forward their bids, and 2 of them allowed us to have a carve-out for our pharmacy benefits with ProAct. One of them did not. UMR does allow that carve-out. That allows us to stay with ProAct and continue to take advantage of some programs that are available through that for savings.
So we're going to be using ProAct and not UHG's internal PBM?
that is accurate. We will be staying with ProAct as the pharmacy benefit manager.
Okay, great, thank you.
I had sent you some questions earlier today, and I appreciate you getting back to me. I can support this. And as we move forward, just my larger questions and concern, which I shared with you, is around any commission going to brokerage or stop loss commission, or making sure we're getting the pharmacy rebates and our brokers or the providers aren't. So those are probably things the committee is very aware of and working on, but I will continue to be asking those questions as we move forward.
Of course. So we did confirm that our broker, PBM and health insurance do not have any commission on our rebates. 100% of those rebates do go back to the plan.
Great.
Our broker does not have any commission-based formula in our contract with them. It's a flat $40,000 fee. And there's no commission going to UMR either. Since it is a true pharmacy carve-out, UMR does not have any revenue attached to the pharmacy benefit.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Herman. Okay, all in favor of approving the health insurance rate and dental insurance rate and going with UMR? All encompassing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed? 7-0, that passes. We have no unfinished business. That leads us to new business, which will begin with our annual stakeholder survey results. Studer is here to present, and Dr. Thomas will introduce.
Thank you, Chair Crosby and Board of Directors. This evening, we have Director Zumbush and Dr. Casey. We call her Dr. Casey, and I'll let her share her last name. Sorry, I can never get it. To present the findings, and we are working with Studer Education. This is a contract that was secured last spring that we actually began this past fall as an administrative team, both with our senior cabinet as well as our learning leaders. On a lot of leadership development work, and we've been very impressed with our engagement and relationship with Studer Education, and have leveraged them to really give baseline assessments on how we as a central office are performing in support of our schools. And as we were looking at our annual student survey, one of the challenges that we had in the past is that we were not able to norm the results against a national cohort, if you will. And so our partnership with Studer is allowing us to get a more robust approach and a national normed approach so that we can understand how we can compare to other like school districts across the country. And there's the technical aspects as well as the qualitative aspects that both of them will speak to this evening. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Casey first, and then let the conversation go from there.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Thomas, and thank you, Board of Education, for having me here this evening. My name is Casey Blahoviak. You can see why most people refer to me as Dr. Casey or Casey B. And so I've had the absolute privilege and honor to support your district as a leader coach representing Studer Education. We're a national education firm that's based in Pensacola, Florida. There's about 20 coaches like myself who get to work with K-12, higher education, nonprofit, and governmental organizations across the country in the areas of leadership development, specifically as it relates to what we call organizational excellence. So districts that have really committed to every day getting better and better for those that they serve, specifically in the areas of strategy and culture. And I can share with you, it's been an absolute joy to work with the team here. I think this is my third or fourth visit to Prior Lake, and just seeing how the team has committed as leaders to growing and developing themselves into this work and to be better for those that they serve every single day has just been an absolute joy to partner alongside them. So we're here tonight, and I'm going to invite Director Zumbush to join me up here. She's going to be doing the presentation by and large for you, but I'm going to be here to provide any background or logistical knowledge should you have questions as it relates to the methodology of the survey or any of the results that we're sharing here this evening.
Director Cosby, Chair Cosby, Dr. Thomas, members of the board, thank you. I wanted to start off by saying this is kind of hot off the press. This is the very initial presentation of findings. This is not the end by any means. We have a lot more to process and a lot more to analyze. We do have over 6,000 open-ended comments between all of the different surveys and questions that we will need to comb through over time and have a process for looking through all of that. So just to level set a little bit, this is our first initial district-wide look at this information. We also will be rolling this out at a department and a school level, and there will be a lot of additional processing that goes on during that stage of the process. So just to kind of let you know that this is the beginning of multiple months of us kind of looking at this information and determining what it means. This is also our first time doing this survey through Studer, so there's a lot of kind of resetting and baselining and figuring out how to use and analyze a brand new survey. As Dr. Casey mentioned previously, we had our, and Dr. Thomas, we administered our survey internally. There was a couple of reasons why we switched that administration, and that was already kind of mentioned, that we were looking for something that was normed and looking for something that had some support for us as a thin staff, some expertise to be brought in so that we can have some additional support on that. There are some similarities between our previous surveys and this survey. There are some major differences. So in a lot of ways, this is kind of a reset and a baseline for future years to come. We really want to make sure that schools and leaders and individuals dig into this information and use this information in school planning, because that's how we get people to buy into survey processes and continuous improvement processes over time, is if they see how their information is then used for improvement purposes. The surveys were administered by Studer Education. Responses were anonymous. We also translated the surveys into our 5 major other languages other than English: Spanish, Russian, Cambodian, Vietnamese, and Somali. Parents, caregivers, and employees were asked a number of open-ended questions, and those 6,000 comments are between those 2 surveys and those 3 questions. There's 6,000 comments. So a lot of weeding through that to see what are the themes and trends that we can glean from that, and how can we use that for our improvement purposes. The survey was open for 3 weeks in February, and the purpose of that timeline was so that we could have the results at this time of year, so we could have time to process them and use them in our improvement processes going into the summer. The student experience survey was to gain insights into students' experiences of how effectively their teachers, school environment, and school leaders contribute to their opportunity to engage in successful learning at school. This was administered at a building level, so principals really chose the time and the day and the method that was best for their building, and parents were given an option to opt out of the survey. For the student experience survey, 3,734 students took the survey. We'll be talking about mean scores. The scale was 1 to 5, so 1 being strongly disagree, then disagree, a neutral category at 3, and then agree and strongly agree, so that would be a 5. And so an average of 3.86 is kind of above neutral and slightly, below that agree level, somewhere in that range. And then Studer also gives us responses of the top box, so the percentage of respondents that responded in the highest or strongly agree category. So we have about 1/3 of our students in that top box there. These are the mean responses by item. there's going to be some green dots and some yellow dots. The green dots are identified as areas of strength, and the yellow dots areas that we want to look into for continuous improvement. So I believe my learning is important at my school was one of the higher ones for students. And then here, the two lower ones in this was I set learning goals to track my progress. And then I feel students are nice or show respect to each other at my school. So those are items that we'll dig into a little bit more in terms of areas for improvement. Also in the yellow is I like going to my school each day, and then some of the positive or high-end ones, I feel my family is treated nicely or with respect at my school, and I have opportunities to be successful at my school. So overall, the average of all those is that 3.86 that we saw. Studer also gives us an NPS, which is a Net Promoter Score. This is it can be a little confusing, but it's a scale from -100 to +100. Anything in the negative range is something that would be a detractor or something that we would be really concerned about and something we would need to address. And then the positive from 0 to 100 is broken out into 3 different categories. And so this gives us kind of a sense of where we land in terms of that range here. So for the students, we got a 1.19, so a little bit more positive than 0, but knowing that there's area for growth and opportunity there. You want to say anything else about the Net Promoter Score?
Sure, I'll offer that this is typically a score that you would see most often in other industries outside of education. So it's an emerging survey that education organizations are starting to look at. Typically, when you see a scale on 100, we're so used to looking at 100, think, well, where would average be? A 50 or a 78 or a 79, like a C. The Net Promoter Score is very different. So when you're looking at that number, I'd ask you to really think about, you want to see any score in the positive there as being a representation that your organization has more supporters and promoters than what might be considered distractors, or detractors, excuse me. So anyone who reported on this survey a score of 0 to 6 would be considered a detractor. They may not be displaying promotion type language about your organization to others in their network. Scores of 9 or 10 as responses are seen typically in this type of a survey as individuals who are out just saying Prior Lake Savage is the best place for my children to be, for students to report that they want to be, for staff to report that it's a great place for them to work. So you're really looking again for that positive score, knowing that you're moving in the right direction there. So just wanted to offer that a little bit of clarity.
Thank you. And I think we'll have more context to that later in the spring when we have that education norm data. We also had the parent caregiver experience survey. These are the communication strategies that we use to promote it. Really worked hard and on different modalities to make sure that families were aware of this opportunity. We had 2,799 parents or caregivers give feedback. The district overall mean was 3.87, and similarly about a third were in that top box category. I won't go line by line, just again for sake of time, but here you can see green dots means the higher scores, yellows are the ones that we want to take a look at for areas of improvement. And here I believe there is an error in this here. I believe that one was 16.
Correct. Yep. So just calling your attention to a small transfer error that was on my end. You'll notice the first number under your results is a repeat of the student number. And so that was a transfer error on my end. Parents and caregivers are asked 2 different questions as it relates to the Net Promoter Score. The first question is listed on the bottom that you see on the slide there. So first asking them, how likely are they to recommend their child's school? So their direct connection with the organization. You see a strong score there of an 18.36. The second question that parents and caregivers have asks them to how likely are they to recommend the organization? So meaning the district as a whole, and the Net Promoter Score at that point was a 16.57. It is not uncommon as folks respond to layers of organization that they are less close to or familiar to see that score shift a little bit. So most often you will see those scores more positive for parts of an organization, families connecting to their school, members of your team connecting to their school versus the organization. So just a little why of that change. Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you. And then we had our employee experience survey. Slightly different communication strategy, but again, really looking to get as many respondents as we can for the employee experience survey. We had 798 employees fill out the survey. The overall mean was 3.68, and 20% of response choices were in that top box. So you can see here the employee experience survey is a little bit lower as compared to the student and parent caregiver survey. And then again, the kind of top and the bottom items you can see in the packet, and look at that in more detail. Here, there's two different subcategories of this Net Promoter Score. How likely are you to recommend the organization is that 1.13, and like Dr. Casey said, that immediate work environment has a more positive response than the organization as a whole at the 9.9. So still in the positive, and in the good performance opportunity for improvement category. So the next steps is Casey's staying here and will be with us in the morning for Learning Leaders. We are going to preface this with the principals. The school leaders will get their school level reports and all of the details of their school soon afterwards, within the week or so. And then really looking to engage with learning leaders on how to process all that information. What does that mean for their school? What does that mean for their school improvement planning process? And then really looking to launch that into summer planning and build on for next year. So that's, it's going to take, again, time to roll this out throughout the course of the spring, really have the buildings understand, the departments that have large enough groups, they'll get their reports as well, and for people to really dig in and interact with their data. We'll also be going to individual schools to have meetings to talk through anything that principals would like to talk through with us. So that's our rollout process. It will last a couple months, so we will continue to uncover findings and themes as we go through the rollout process.
I have a couple of quick questions. In the student category, where there was 3,700 responses, and then you said students were allowed to opt out. The rest opt out? Did the rest opt out?
Or just
No,
didn't take it?
They just didn't, I mean,
Yeah, that would have been a, like a, differences in school administration and how they,
okay, so we couldn't assume that because they didn't take it, they opted out. We could just.
no, we didn't have that.
We know who, a number of families that opted out for their kids. Do we know that number?
I don't have the number in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah, but it would have.
Christy might have some.
We had 3 students, parents formally opt out their student. The only thing I can think of that would be different from the previous year in terms of students who took the survey is last year it was kind of in the midst of MCA testing, so there could have been from building to building just not enough time for some classrooms to take it. That's my best guess.
The other one I was looking at, at the end, under the employee, where it said 1.13, that was, it says more, sorry, I gotta get back to it, but it said more distractors at a 1.13.
Oh, sure, yep.
Where 1.19 or 6 was not in that same.
Yep, so that 1.13 is considered good performance. So it's, the number is accurate, and that was just transferring down. It should say good performance underneath there. Yeah, thank you for correcting that, appreciate it.
I have a, just given the results that are received, does Studer give recommendations on how to, or what kind of activities to improve in all of the areas? Or is that something as a district, we work together, district-specific?
Yeah, great question. So my purpose for being on site, not only to meet with you tonight and be able to answer questions, is also to work on what we call a survey rollout process with your learning leaders team tomorrow. So I had the great privilege of working on a similar rollout process with the district leaders earlier this year, and we'll be modeling that same experience for the learning leaders tomorrow, where they'll be looking more deeply at their individual results and connecting with members of their staff, members of their student population, members of their parents to understand why are our highest 3 items our highest 3? What are those things that are really working that we should continue? And then identifying anywhere between 1 and 3 opportunities. And just like you heard from your great students here earlier tonight, right, going to those closest to the work to ask them, if you were to take this survey again and give us a strongly agree, what would be different? And leaders are then able to make some commitments based on that information that they capture. Does that help?
Yeah, I think when I was going through the packet, I like the fact that you said 1 to 3 areas. I had just written a thing by Jim Collins. He is a researcher and author of the book Good to Great and Built to Last. And he says if you have more than 3 priorities, you don't have any. For every major to-do list, you should also have a corresponding item that you will stop doing. And when looking at the teachers, the response from the teachers, it's, our heart obviously is for the teachers and we want them to feel supported. And so however we can increase that level or increase the results and how they feel, I guess, really.
If I may respond to some of that too, Director Bullion, I'll just start with your Jim Collins quote as well. The data, as I've said, doesn't necessarily give you answers. It helps you ask better questions. And I think a fair question is what will come off the plate. And I think that's a critical component that a good strategic plan, a good survey like this should give you permission of what not to do. And ask ourselves, because if we're doing it and it's not getting the results that we like, why do we keep doing it? So I want to just echo that from Jim Collins. Absolutely true. Secondly, partnering with Studer, they don't have, the magic solution. They do have some case scenarios or examples that they can draw upon from other districts across the country to say, hey, when I was working with a district that had a similar score, this is something that they were considering. So there's some of that consultation that can be provided, but more so what Dr. Casey was talking about, and this is something that we've engaged with as a senior team, is this whole notion of rounding and co-interpretation, where we collectively make meaning of this data. Numbers are numbers, but the story behind the numbers is where the solutions lie. And so the conversations that we as a senior team have and that our schools and their building instructional leadership teams, and as Dr. Casey said, the mouth of our students, we will interpret this at a school level to really understand what this data is telling us. to have those joint solutions. Because if I mandate do X, well, I'm not at that site, right? But the staff and the students and the families that are there, they know that better. They will be able to help come up with solutions. We'll facilitate that process for them. But that's where the solutions are. So it's kind of a both-and process. I just want to add that to your comments. Thank you.
To that end, actually, so when you're reviewing with the learning leaders, can you break this down by building or by school so that we can really kind of dig down deep in that? And I assume that's what you're doing.
Yep, that's exactly what will be provided to each of those leaders. We will give them the same overview that you were given here so that they have a sense of, as an organization, where is Prior Lake Savage Area Schools, and then they'll be able to drill down with their individual results.
And curious, thank you. And curious, so the families and the staff were given open-ended questions. So I'm just curious, in your opinion, why no open-ended questions from students?
So a couple of things. Primarily, there's one survey that's given to all students. K-12, as you determine within your system, is age appropriate. And so some students, obviously age-wise, wouldn't be able to write in comments there. It has been something we've not done traditionally, and is just based on the fact that not all students would be age appropriate to write in comments on there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I understand this is hot off the press, and, appreciate you putting this all together. Will you be coming back to give another presentation that zeroes in more on, like, the way we as parents answered it was, there was one survey if you had students in high school versus if you had students in middle school or versus in elementary school. And I know for myself personally, my answers were different from the middle school experience versus the high school experience. So will you be coming back to provide that level of data for our community as well?
So I'll be working with Dr. Thomas and his team, and certainly as his whatever support he would direct. And for you, I'd be happy to do that as Dr. Thomas sees fit.
Yeah, and I'll just share, if I can just respond to that. So a couple of things. One, actually going back to what Director Olsted was asking, if you can envision the process of a principal receiving their data tomorrow, if I'm a principal, I'm going back to my building instructional leadership team, I'm going back to my PTCs, and I'm unpacking all this data to really answer kind of like in a 5 why exercise of getting to the root issue that we want to address. To dovetail off Director Atkinson's question, I would say those results are going to be best shared at the local level. So what it means to you at the middle school level, for your middle school student or your high school student or your elementary student, your best responses are going to come directly from the source there. We will aggregate up themes for levels that will help guide district-wide improvement. So we might say, we heard this generally speaking from our high school. We heard this generally from our middle school campuses. A little bit more diverse in terms of numbers at our elementary. So we'd say, this is our elementary kind of themes that we've heard. So as a district level, we now know, hey, this is where we need to put resources at the elementary based upon that feedback. And that's how we would kind of aggregate that back up to us. But at that more granular level of interest, particularly those families and folks who have kids in our system, your school will be your best place to get that granular, what is happening at my specific level, and your specific school for that matter.
So if I understand that correctly, so will we be having another discussion as a board in a study session or whatever to further dive deeper into these results so that we can understand as a board where we need to focus our efforts?
Yeah,
on board work?
we'll be coming back after we've reviewed this data, that we'll be coming back with aggregate forms of the data to say, based upon our data mining and conversations with our principals and things of that nature, here's the information. You'll get more of that executive level presentation to say, based upon what you saw in the totality, here are the 3 things that we are going to recommend that we do as a district. Yep, grounded in this total data set. And then again, as you all have interest, we can, talk with you all, individually as well. If there's areas that, you're intrigued by, and we can definitely answer some of those areas too.
Can I add on to that? So what I'm hearing you say is, like in the elementary level, each elementary building could have different school improvement plans, and it's going to be driven by the data that they got to look at. But if we looked at it all, we would not know the culture of that building specifically.
Right. Though, you could have tons of strategies and actions out there, okay? That's what the individual school improvement plans currently are. When we report back to you, for example, when we do our quarterlies to you, we're giving you aggregate information. We're not going to give you, hundreds of action steps that are happening in the schools. We're going to give you that executive reading of, here are the big themes that we have seen by level. Now, I was not here last year when you had your previous student surveys that were administered and how you've used them, but that's typically how I have been accustomed to bringing data back. When you have this district-wide, we have to analyze that and then come to you with the big themes. And again, we certainly are disaggregating, by student levels, even grade levels at the school level. But we won't get to that level of detail here.
I'm curious how realizing, Dr. Casey, you weren't part of this last year for the surveys, but I'm curious how the response rates compared, even in general terms, how they, for each of the three.
Sure, and I'm going to see if
surveys.
maybe Christy has some
thank
info
you.
on that for you.
Yeah, so it was pretty much spot on, the same almost, with families and our staff, within like a percentage point. So the one difference was with students. We had a larger student participation rate this year compared to last year.
And can I ask, are there overall themes, questions that were similar that you can compare data? I know obviously we're switching companies, but were there any key takeaways from that you could share as how we compared to last year versus this year? Or?
So I can share briefly, and then certainly want to invite your team up. I know that we had done some conversation and looking at your previous survey. My recommendation would be to consider this year as a baseline as you move forward. The team may be able to disaggregate some particular numbers. They do have an analysis that I created around similar item types that would continue, but my recommendation would be to consider this year as a baseline, but certainly would defer to any other information the team might want to share.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why we wanted to switch gears a little bit too is because we had such a long survey. It was really getting longer and longer every year, and it was changing every year. So this way it's a little bit more condensed, and as Casey said, that this gives us some nice baseline data. That's something that's been really valuable when we do our community surveys, our phone surveys with Morris Leatherman, and then we've got this large bank of data that goes years back, so it's really interesting to see.
I had a question, I have several questions actually, but I'm going to start with the comments. You said there were 6,000 comments.
Yeah, I just did a quick calculation because there was 3 questions for the parent caregivers and there was 3 questions for the staff. And so there was about, for the caregivers, I believe about 1,500 responses per question. And then for the staff, it was about 700-ish responses per. So
So these are open comments?
Open comments, yeah. So it's 6,000 lines of comments.
Okay.
Answering 3 questions on 2 surveys.
Okay. Do you guys have the data yet on how many individuals actually filled that out? Or is that somebody could have filled out all 3 of them and somebody not at all? I'm trying to understand the level of engagement because from past, we haven't seen a lot of open comments, and I'm not sure if they were always offered, but I'm wondering if this is a positive or an average or a below average sign for engagement?
Yeah, so I can offer just a perspective nationally on what we're seeing from partners. I think coming out of the experience in education for the past couple of years, I can say the partners that I've been working with have been working with quite an amount of comments that are coming in. Individuals aren't required when they complete the survey to fill in comments, but we are seeing an uptick in comments as the surveys are coming in. I can't give you a quantitative amount, but I can say that a number of partners that I'm working with right now that have been using the survey for a number of years have seen more comments come in this year. For whatever anecdotal reason, it's not uncommon. And I would also say, if your previous survey did not include open-ended comments, if that hasn't been available before, it's also not uncommon to see a large number come in on the first time as well. So a couple different things to consider there.
Because we didn't, did we, before?
Yeah, we have had open-ended questions in the past. Sometimes we've had a few, and sometimes we've had as few as one. But that's been another thing that's been hard for us to kind of weed through them all, so.
Is there a system for going through the comments, like kind of categorizing them? And does it have to be done by an individual staff member, or is there kind of maybe a magic software that can kind of grasp?
There's tons of software out there that we can quantify all the qualitative data and bracket it by parent and child themes. I should say kind of major and minor themes. And then we can also then share that on an aggregate, because again, we're not gonna go through 6,000 comments. We have software that will do that, and then we can bracket it to say, okay, here are the 5 categories that continually come up, that the software will automatically place them into. And then from there, again, that helps with our district improvement plan. And even at a school level, it can give you context around, hey, what's going on here? Well, now you've got this parent theme that you can marry with this quantitative number to say, there's the correlation. That's where we're going to put our resources.
Yeah, and Dr. Thomas, if I might build on that, the place that we coach teams to start is with the quantitative numbers. So where are your celebrations? Where are your opportunities? And what context can the comment offer you around those particular areas? Because you're hearing there's a large number of those to go through. And so how can we really help focus our efforts, right? Back to the great Jim Collins, where do we need to put limited resources and time? Really using comments to only help us understand the quantitative piece, and comments that are helpful and productive in understanding something deeper there, as opposed to maybe chasing a thread of a small pocket of comments that isn't connected to a quantitative number. So that's some of the coaching that I do with the teams as we start helping leaders dig into that.
So, one of the things that struck me was, first of all, is the items in the survey were broad, obviously on purpose. Sometimes when you go through those comments and you compare the lexicon used in the comments, sometimes they can inform and create a more specific question, so you're actually coming down to something, but at the same time, you lose the cadence of the comparison year over year. Since this is a baseline year, has that been considered of the learning of the value of this?
So the learning in terms of your district and the team and how folks will continue to just better understand those items on future surveys?
Right, but also the learning of how to keep the comparison year over year, if we're going to use as a baseline, while maybe improving the language so it's a little bit more impactful, so everyone's interpreting the question or the statement the same way. Statistically, that's hard to do, and I wasn't sure if that's part of the plan.
Yeah, so I can tell you, our organization did go through a refresh of our item analysis for this year. So the items that are on the survey that your community completed, this is our first year using those particular items. So they're very closely linked to survey items that we've used for over a decade, but hearing from our partners around similar pieces, we did make some small changes to how those items read, each of those 15 or 20 items on the survey. So our organization will certainly capture feedback from our partners if there's questions that just don't seem to resonate well, but because that national comparison is really important to many of our partners, like I've heard Dr. Thomas talk about, it is really important that those stay static across all of our partners so that this late this spring, that information can be provided to the district leaders here. So it's a push-pull, it's a little bit of a tension, less personalization, but more national comparison.
I have one more question. I don't want to hog it. You know, one of the things that, that I personally am concerned about is, again, going back to that engagement, because the survey's only as good as the largest population you can actually get to answer it. And when I look at 27 or 2,800 parents, considering the size of our school and the size of our community, et cetera, is that typical, or are there tools we can use to actually improve the survey's participation rate?
That's a great question, and it may very well be one that the leaders dig into when they start to look at their individual results. When they're looking at their parent population and the number of responses, that may very well be a critical learning that they want to bring to one of their parent groups and talk about what's a better way for us to do this in the future. And a goal might be to increase the number of responses next year. That might very well be something that certain buildings or departments look at, because that's that's something to consider as you look at the results. Yeah.
Do we know, and not meant to put you on the spot, but given the fact that we did do the survey in a couple of different languages, the top 5 anyway, beyond English, do we know if we had what's considered, I mean, I don't know what's considered good for this, but response rate to the people who responded to those different languages?
That information is available. How many surveys were accessed in different languages, I don't have it on the tip of my fingers, but that could be information that may be useful, particularly to those that support your English learners in the community. We can make sure that the district gets access to those.
I can, Sam is in Cambodia currently. He might be able to speak to this a little bit more, but a lot of these languages, he did not feel would have an increased response rate by just sending it electronically and translated. So he took paper copies of the translated survey to the family community nights and sat with them while they took the survey, and then we entered that data into the survey system. So I think, activities like that are what is going to increase our engagement by having that personalized approach to different communities. And I think we found that to be pretty successful, and I'm not sure we would have gotten any of those responses if we hadn't done that. So I also think that the best way to increase response rates is to show that we're doing things as a result of the information, and I think people don't like taking surveys if they don't think anything happens with the information. And so just really following through on those action steps, I think after year 1 and just showing that there are tangible things that happened as a result, that is what's going to increase the response rates. But definitely open to multiple modes of collecting the information through, if schools have ideas on how to engage their families, we would definitely be very interested in leveraging those moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And I just have one more question about the minus 100 score to the positive 100 score.
Yeah.
And so am I understanding it that like the negative 100 is like the worst score you could get? And the positive 100 is the best score you could get?
Yes.
So us being at a 1 is like a 50%?
Yes, so like you're right at that, if you think of it like a teeter-totter, is oftentimes like I try to think about Net Promoter Score, and you want it to be tipping up to the positive. That means you have more promoters in your community. They've responded with a higher number there than folks that might be on the lower end of that scale. It's right, because we think, well, it needs to be 50% or 75% on a scale of 100, but it's a really wide range. Yeah, great question.
Yeah, it's a scale of 200, really. Dr. Blachowiak, you mentioned that earlier on that this instrument, or even the Net Promoter Score, is being adopted more widely in education systems, and that your organization has an opportunity to partner with a lot of these different school systems. I wonder if there will be a possibility to utilize some of that information for benchmarking purposes, so that we can see what's the response rate like, and how are they engaging versus us, so that we have some of those opportunities to learn a little bit more about maybe what we can do differently, do better, or where we are really excelling.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that benchmarking will come this spring on Net Promoter Scores, as well as the individual item numbers and means for all of the surveys. So your district team will be supplied with that information. The participation rate is harder for us. We can report on the number of responses, but districts themselves, you know how many parents you have, you know how many students you have, so that's a harder one for us to track, but we will be able to provide that normed data yet this spring.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have one more question. Actually, I got a lot of questions, but I'll do one more. Is there any, in your history, I know that that you changed the language in the questions. Is there any seasonality in your previous experience with this about the time of year that you give it?
Yeah, that's a great question. Our partners range in the time of year when they choose to give the survey. So that is always something that can be discussed. Seasonality, some districts like to do it mid-year to be able to create some opportunity as they move into the winter. Some, like your district, chooses to do it in the spring, where we've sort of have the whole arc of a school year's experience to draw off of to be able to propel us into the next school year. My only piece of advice would be to consider not making wild swings in that, to decide where it matters most for you. Create that baseline in the spring if that's where you're going to choose to build off of, and then continue to come back to that so that your scores are your scores, right? It's about your community and what you can learn here. I wouldn't put too much credence in a fall might earn you a higher score. I would go back to what Jenny said. It's what you and your team does to respond to the information you're capturing that's going to improve the experiences of those that you serve.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any other questions, comments?
I have one more comment. Just in a recent conversation with a teacher in the district, she shared with me a really wonderful perspective, and she said that when teachers they feel supported, heard, and validated, that the building principle plays a key role in this. I'm trying to read my notes, my scribbles. Also, a question was actually posed for our district in that having a teacher on staff at the DSC, at the District Service Center, would be highly beneficial for teachers dealing with classroom issues. When I think about, who we are serving most, it's the students and our teachers, and I'm looking forward to having a baseline and knowing which way we want to go, and I'm looking forward to seeing how we implement those things.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda under new business is the approval of adoption of math curriculum. So the board is requested to approve the costs of the initial adoption and training as presented. Can I get a motion for this approval?
So made.
By Director Velazquez, a second.
Second.
By Director Burnick. And Director of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Edwards is here for any questions or comments and give us a little overview where we're at.
I find it here.
And it was introduced, of course, by Hamilton Ridge earlier tonight. Right.
Yeah,
They told us everything we need. Yeah.
Thank you. I was excited to be here, and I am excited to be here tonight to present this, but they stole our thunder, and they did a wonderful job doing so. I really do appreciate that, in all honesty. And that was not scripted. I had no idea they were going to get up here and present that and call attention to our math curriculum adoption. So that was wonderful. But we do want to share just a little background about the process, because it has been a very robust process. And the fact that it got to the student level and showed up in our presentation tonight speaks to that robustness of the process. As always, we ground all of our work in our strategic plan, and specifically our strategic directions. And as I was preparing my thoughts for tonight and our presentation, it truly is present in all of our strategic directions, the adoption that we are bringing forward to you tonight and the recommendation. It obviously starts with the first one, in increasing measurable student learning and achievement, and specifically in this case in the area of math. And we launched into this study about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago now, and knew that we had stagnant performance by our students in math, and knew that we had a curriculum that hadn't been reviewed and any significant changes to it in over 10 years. And we had some state standards that are changing in math. So we knew all of those things were aligned, and it was time to study what we were doing with regard to that. And as the students so eloquently pointed out tonight, our students are changing too. And we need to be responsive to that. And so we went through a process that began in essentially the beginning of last school year, of the 21-22 school year. And we followed a continuous improvement process that you have in your packet outlined here. So I won't go through reading the fine print here, but we engaged in that process and brought a team together. And I'm going to turn it over to a key player in that, but before I do so, this team that came together, and I'll get to the conclusion of our presentation here, really did some amazing work over the last year and a half. And pleased to come forward tonight with our recommendation and recognize the work that so many of our folks did. And the key leader in that work was our curriculum specialist at the elementary level, Gwen Molden.
Right, thank you. As Dan said, we really took a lot of time with that pre-planning, so that first stage of the continuous improvement process. And I would guess about a year and a half ago, we started talking with teachers and with students, as you could hear a little bit of the student voice tonight. And we started with teachers at every level, so K-12, at staff meetings were able to give some input on what they felt like they wanted to kind of envision with math, where they thought things should go, how we thought we could improve things. We also then interviewed students about their experience with math and how things were going, recommendations they had, things that they loved, things that they thought should change. And that kind of really is what grounded our work in this vision. So you can see to the left, the words that are bold really are coming from our student voices and our teacher voices. So you can see critical thinking and number sense and engaging really popping out as some of those major concepts that everyone had wanted, and we wanted to make sure that we got in that vision. We also spent time looking at research because, like Dr. Edwards said, we've
it's been 10 years since we've been looking at curriculum, so we wanted to make sure we were really looking at the most recent research and what that was saying as well. So all those things kind of came together for this math vision. And kind of as you're reading through it, it is what has grounded us in our work throughout this entire year. So it's been the foundation that we continue to come back to make sure that everything that we're doing is really aligning with this vision. So here's kind of our timeline and our journey throughout really the past year. So like we had talked, we kind of started meeting as that district math committee, a K-12 committee last June, right at the end of the school year. And they really were working through the second and third steps of that continuous improvement process that we had mentioned before. We met several times throughout the summer, worked on that vision, really looked at a lot of data. So we pulled out any part of the data that we had. We looked at the student input that they had, the teachers, as well as any other hard data that we could pull. And then started looking at the research. What is the research saying that we need to do to kind of make our best? In July, after looking at all that research and feeling like we were headed in the right direction, elementary kind of veered off and we're ready to start looking at resources. So there we looked at over 10 kind of resources just on paper and exploring, talked to other districts, and really found that we wanted to narrow it down to 3 that we would bring in for a presentation. So we brought in Eureka, Reveal, which was McGraw-Hill, and then Bridges with the Math Learning Center. And they did presentations for our elementary math committee. So through those presentations, really the 2 that came to the surface that we felt like really aligned best with what our vision was and with what we were looking for students and teachers were Reveal and Bridges. So at that point, we discussed and decided we were going to go forward with a pilot for this school year and talk to the committee members about piloting, let them choose which resource they wanted to pilot, and then let them talk to their teammates. As you know, in elementary, they plan very closely together. So if they had a team of 4 and all 4 wanted to go ahead and pilot, we invited them to do that. So you can see we ended up with 13 teachers who were piloting Reveal by McGraw-Hill, and then 24 teachers who wanted to pilot Bridges from the Math Learning Center. So we hit the ground running in September, got all of the materials in, had some training for the pilot teachers in September in both curriculums. So teachers had a chance to get some of that initial training. And then also in October, had some follow-up training. So once you teach it a while, then you kind of have some questions. In the beginning, it was a little bit of starstruck. So October, that PD day, we brought those pilot teachers in for more time. And we also decided to start collecting some data. So that self-evaluation resource tool, we decided to use that really focuses on, and I think it's 8 mathematical practices that we know are successful with teaching students. And so we really grounded ourselves in those practices that are apparent in the standards and all the research. And really what we wanted the teachers to evaluate is how well do each of these resources help you instructionally with those mathematical practices. So instead of evaluating how are you doing it yourself as a teacher, how is this resource helping you as a teacher to meet those goals? So they did that initial self-evaluation at that training. November, we had both resources available at conferences. So some parents had some questions, and so it was a great time heading into conferences to talk about those. We had tables out so parents could view the resources. Teachers could also take a look at them as well. And then January, another PD day, so we had more training for those pilot teachers. So again, another dip, another opportunity to ask questions and really dig in. They again looked at that self-evaluation tool. How is it looking now at the end of the semester? So how are you progressing in those instructional practices? And also on that day, we took advantage, knowing we had a semester in, and had focus groups for all the pilot teachers. So we had 4 different groups, and we divided the Bridges and the Reveal teachers and had questions, and we basically just let them have conversations. How is it going? What are you noticing about each resource? And it was nice because they were in mixed groups so they could hear about both of the products and hear about how things were going with students. Also during that time, we had a pilot panel. So any E12 teacher had training that day and they could sign up to attend a panel led by pilot teachers, and they got to then ask questions about both the curriculums. You know, what are you thinking? What are you noticing? We also had the resources there for them to look at, so they had a nice session and a nice time for them to just ask all those questions that they were wondering. So after that, January, February, we had gotten a lot of teacher voice, a lot of teacher input. We wanted to extend that to parents and students. So we did student interviews, so about 70 were conducted with those pilot classrooms. So we had students interviewed and asked questions about how your math experience was looking now in this pilot, things that they were enjoying, things that were struggle, and collected all that information. We again had the Bridges and Reveal resources at the DSC so that the public, the community, parents, whoever would like to view them had that opportunity. And then we had a parent letter that was sent out to all the pilot families with an opportunity to provide feedback about their experience with both of the curriculums. So I think, like Dan said, it's been very comprehensive, and I think the committee feels really good that we considered all angles when we were doing this process with the pilot. So that all led us into February 28th, after I think we had a snow day, it was scheduled for earlier, we pulled the committee together. But prior to that meeting, we sent out a survey with 2 questions. One being, what did you pilot? And number 2, what would you recommend that we adopt? And so this is the kind of the recommendation that came from all members. So I think if you look, the most staggering thing for the people at that meeting was that of the 22 Bridges teachers who responded, all of them recommended moving forward with Bridges. But Reveal, of the 12 that responded to the survey, 8 of those teachers recommended Bridges. So only 4 of the teachers recommended Reveal. We also had 2 teachers, 5th grade teachers, who had the advantage of piloting both. So they did some creative scheduling and had like their homeroom where they taught Bridges, and then they had another person's homeroom where they taught Reveal. So they had a really unique perspective and were able to talk to us and really compare truly those curriculums. The other, I think, really interesting is that in a team of 4, if you had 2 piloting Reveal and 2 piloting Bridges, they had a lot of conversations as well. And so when that question was asked, which would you recommend? Even though I might have been a Reveal teacher, I knew a lot about Bridges because I had been talking to my co-teachers. I had been watching them teach. They did a nice job of also going into each other's classrooms. So they really, I think, made an educated recommendation with that. So you can see 88% of the committee recommended Bridges. So after that, we really pulled together and just had conversation as a committee. So what are you thinking? And the bullet points here really show where that conversation went. So that staggering number that we just looked at was kind of what was in everyone's heads. Wow, only 4 of the Reveal teachers would recommend that we go forward with that. And the really big thing, which our students said tonight earlier, it's engaging. Bridges is hands-on, it's engaging, it's fun. Kids loved math. Reveal did not use manipulatives, so 1 grade level, 3rd grade, used manipulatives in the whole semester. No other grade level had consistently used any. And they felt like the lesson design, it was kind of the same thing every day. There wasn't a lot of break in the routine, not a lot of variation. So very different in the lesson approach for the 2. They also felt that Bridges is much better aligned with the math vision. So we look at all those important parts we wanted. Bridges really aligned well, and it really met the needs of all of our learners with very minimal need to do any supplementing. And Reveal teachers had found that they were supplementing early on with our current math expressions curriculum. They were feeling the need to bring that in to really meet the needs of all learners. So that was another really important point. We felt both resources had a really strong inclusion of number sense, which was a strong part of our vision, and we knew that both resources were going to require some training and some preparation. So that really led us into the next part, which is what should we consider when we implement? So all of you, as pilot teachers, they had to implement what would you say moving forward that all teachers are going to need, and you can see those. Basically, give them all the support we can. Allow them to observe right now if we can, those pilot teachers. So right now, we do have teachers going in and observing, what does it look like? How is this looking different? They're looking at classroom setup, just to start getting that picture in their mind of what this shift will look like for them. They also recommended extensive professional development, beginning in the summer and continuing out throughout the school year. They really said we should be cautious about just providing that one-and-done training that the curriculum companies provide usually in late summer, but that we would need something that was repeated so that we got a couple dips throughout the school year as well. To really look at the schedules, just to make sure that our schedules in elementary are supportive so that we can have fidelity to the program and give teachers enough time to really pull together the resources, learn those manipulatives, and all those parts. And just take care of teachers with time. We all feel like it's an amazing program, but we know we need to put the time into it so that they understand it and are using fidelity. And then share anything we can early was their recommendation. So Bridges has been amazing, has already given logins so they can start looking at the resources now. So I've had a lot of teachers who are excited to dig in and will continue to do so through the summer. So that kind of led us to our end of our meeting, which I'll let you, for the drum roll, the excitement.
Which was stolen from us earlier this evening, but we appreciate that. But before I jump there real quick, just want to make a comment about the tie back to the previous presentation around the survey results and the specifics of targeting the reference to Jim Collins and his work and honing in on what you want to do and do it well. We actually, before we announced where we were headed with the math curriculum, we shared with our teachers, because we also have science pilots going on this year. And it became, as we were listening to the implementation considerations, it became increasingly important. If we were going to have all of our K-5 teachers implementing this math curriculum, we wanted them to be able to focus their energies and time on that. So we made a decision that that was what we were going to focus our implementation efforts on next year, and that's what you see in these implementation considerations. We would allow obviously our teachers who are piloting science this year, continuing to do so, offer if teachers are interested in jumping on as well, because that'll be coming out the following year, but we really want to focus on our implementation in math for next year. So during the math committee meeting then, on February 28th, we truly did reach consensus that all 37 members said this is the recommendation we want to bring forward. So then we have presented that to our Teaching and Learning Advisory back on March 13th, and we are here tonight to present it to you for your approval. And you saw also in your board packet, there are some additional details related to the adoption. There are 3 documents there for your, 2 that we are looking for your action on, specifically the curriculum adoption, the initial curriculum adoption, and secondly, the training commitment, which will be staff development funds will be utilized for that purpose. And then the 3rd document, wanted to put it in there and be very upfront. We are adopting a 2nd edition of Bridges math curriculum. The 3rd edition actually will be available for the, help me here, for the 24-25 school year. So next year's 22-23. It will be available for, 23-24 school year. It would be available. That's an upcoming cost that we know going into this. We have not yet determined when we would adopt and bring on the 3rd. We want to rely on our math committee because they've been so instrumental in helping us get to this place. And possibly others contributing to that decision-making process. We had a meeting last week, Gwen and I did, with our representatives from Bridges, and they said certainly either to implement version 2, edition 2, for 1 or 2 years, certainly up to us to decide the direction we want to go. But again, the point here is that this is typically a very lengthy commitment. Typically, as we just pointed out earlier, our current math curriculum has been in place for over 10 years, correct? So we have thought long and hard about this decision, and we feel very strongly about the recommendation we're bringing forward to you tonight.
Thank you. Comments or questions from the board?
I'll go first. I have a question. So I sit on the curriculum committee, and I've been in the classroom, and I've seen the implementation of Bridges, and I'm really excited to see this program come together. My only, I actually have two questions. When you were researching this particular curriculum, can you tell me what studies have been done that support that this curriculum is an effective curriculum? Either in, one, in studies that have been done, and then secondly, are there other districts within the state that are already using this curriculum that you can look to and say, wow, their MCA scores are here, and here, ours are here. So studies that support it, and then as well as districts, other districts that have implemented this curriculum.
I'm not aware of any specific studies. I can speak more to the districts. So I know districts, we are working with, from the University of Minnesota, Terry Weiberg, and he's been consulting with our district. And he had mentioned that about over half of the districts are going the way of Bridges, just based on what he's noticing, kind of the new trends.
The Math Learning Center has a comprehensive report on all the studies that have been done on the effectiveness of it, so you can look on their website and look at those research studies if you want to.
Yeah, I'd love to see it, only because recently I've learned about, you know, if you think about the years, and I don't want to talk about, but basically the reading programs that were all implemented, and the reading programs that were implemented, and there really was no studies to support it, and then all of a sudden these kids weren't learning, and then I was like, oops, we got to go back and let's teach phonics now. And so I just want to make sure, this is a really big deal to change curriculum, and I just want to make sure that we have, there are studies that support that this curriculum is going to be an effective product for our students to excel in math.
So Director Atkinson, not to interrupt you, but to support what you're saying, when I was on the Teaching and Learning Committee back when this was first introduced, that I was very concerned about that because of the new press that was coming around about phonics and balanced literacy and the whole conversation. So I was very concerned because I felt like personally, and this doesn't matter, but personally, my kids had had a positive math experience, so I was like, why are we re-engineering things? And Dr. Edwards knows this. We had lots of conversations about it. So the research piece is super key, and I was really pleased to hear and to see that the Math Learning Center, right, has research and data-driven and the based evidence behind them, and that we were concerned about that as well as a committee.
And I would add, too, that one of the things that we certainly knew very early on in this process with our teacher input was that, first of all, they had very positive response. We actually, before we were starting that visioning process from the previous school year, we had Terry Weiberg from the University of Minnesota come and do some work with our teachers. And our teachers responded very positively and continue to respond very positively to his work around instructional practices at the elementary level. And what we've found in implementation of anything across time is that we need teacher buy-in and teacher support and teacher willingness to implement in order to implement a program well. And I think that is one of the key things that I think comes out of this process that we underwent, was that we have very strong, particularly from those who have been implementing it, belief in it. And if my colleague next door believes in it and is there to support me in implementation, and we develop, as you can see here, a robust plan for addressing those implementation things, that we believe we can achieve great results.
You had talked about there was the student interviews done, and then also the parent letter that went out where parents were invited to provide feedback. Do you have any, can you share anything with the student interviews and the parent feedback from the families that were giving it a try? Yeah, we had students, of course, were very fun when we interviewed them. A lot of just hands-on, love the games with Bridges, so there's a lot of, a game component is really strong. Talked about how they love that they don't have to solve it one way, that they had choice and how they solve different things, because that's kind of another new way that
I guess this kind of is going in, that there's multiple ways to solve a problem. We don't have to just know one way. So they loved that. They love the hands-on. So that was really the most kind of consistent comments. The parents, we didn't get a ton, and I know Jenny would probably have more specifics. We didn't have a lot of feedback, and we had a little bit of both kind of ends where people were saying they didn't understand like how to help with homework. So based on some of those comments, we know that we will also have a very probably strong family component where we'll have to do some training for families and having them come in for family math nights throughout the school year. And buildings have already started talking about how could that look so that we can help families understand what this change will look like as well. So a little bit of both, you know, don't understand the homework, love the homework, don't like the homework. So a little divided.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to comment that, you know, we're due for this, clearly. And a lot of work goes into something like this in real time. And I don't know if there are any teachers here or tuning in that piloted this, but thank you, because this is a lot of work. And Gwen and Dr. Edwards with your teams as well, a lot of work. And a lot of let's try this, and oh, this didn't work, and oh, the students really love this, maybe not this so much. And in the middle of the rest of the things that our staff and teachers have to do during the day. And so I really commend the teachers who piloted both programs, because this is a lot of work. And so as a parent, thank you. And I really respect and appreciate the fact that even the teachers who piloted the reveal, most of them were like, let's do bridges. And I think that buy-in, I think, is really important, because they do work together a lot and trade students for math and work together so much. So I think that's wonderful. And the last thing I'll say is that it's so customizable, as you mentioned, for every learner, that, you know, it's for the students in SAGE, for the different places where these students are in their math journey. I think that's really important, and I think that's something that the teachers really, really liked about this particular program. So I just want to put out my appreciation for that, because I think that's a lot of work to do something like this. So thank you.
And then I just have another question. So you had mentioned that there's an update in 24-25, and the cost is listed here of $161,000. Is there any working with the how do you say, I don't want to say manufacturer, but I don't know what you call it, the vendor, the publisher, to give us some sort of break on a cost with implementing? And the reason I say that is, like, the shipping cost alone is $11,000. So, you know, I mean, is there any negotiating where you can say, yes, we'll do this now, but can you give us a break on the update or whatever sort of?
Yes, that attempt was made last week.
Sorry, I'm in business.
No, that very much was that was the purpose of the call that I referenced earlier, that Gwen and I had with the team from the vendor last week. And actually we had considered bringing this full package forward for purchase in its entirety. But based upon that conversation, we determined that because we wouldn't know what year we would be implementing it, we wanted to hold. Because we wanted to bring it back to our folks and have them be engaged in that decision-making, so we didn't bring it full package for your approval. But there's not going to be a change in pricing. If anything, we might, and we did ask the question, will this go up in pricing? And they certainly gave us no guarantee. However, they did talk about the structures that they have in place to give us some level of assurance that I feel that this is not an overly risky decision, but it would be better served with getting the input from our teachers about when we move forward. Do we want to spend 1 year in the second version or 2 to get more comfortable? That's really the question that we want to bring forward to our teachers. So it would be premature, we feel, to answer that question now. But we did go engage in that negotiation process, and at this stage.
Yeah, and even with the shipping costs, it says like if you pay cash, check or cash, you get it's 8% versus 11%, so.
That was the one that we might have some savings, but.
Yeah, they're,
It does say 50% discount and the price is locked in through September 23 for the version 3 if we purchase now.
Correct. For the student books, yep. So we could,
See that, yeah.
we could still make that decision. And we have time, as you point out, there in that to wait until September. And we could bring we debated this last week. We said we can bring our committee together. We didn't want to rush to anything on that. So we still have that option out there for 6 months out.
So
To
they
do that.
give, one of their deals is they give you 50% off of all the student workbooks, year one of implementation. So they said, because we're upgrading to the 3rd edition, they would offer that again, that 50% off of workbooks. So that's what you're seeing on there. So we're almost getting it twice. So in their mind, that was their break that they were giving us.
They also have a perpetual license for the material, which means that if we bought the online license version 2, the version 3, the upgrade comes free.
Right.
It comes part of it.
Right.
What is the follow-on maintenance for this every year? Is there a follow-on maintenance at all for
There
the?
is not from an online perspective.
No.
Okay,
So
so.
the
The
online
workbook,
is just a teacher facing. So the workbook would be the recurring cost,
Consumables.
the consumable workbook.
So that was the confusing part to me. So we buy the electronic license once, and the only thing they're making money on then after that is the replenishment of the workbooks annually?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Yep.
And then the other thing that is on the website, to Director Bullion's comment, there's a family portion on their website that they offer to help families do the homework. Is that something that we considered, given the response to Director Bullion?
For giving parents access?
Correct.
Yep, so I think when we adopt, then they will talk to us about logins for parents. So right now, you have to have a PLSAS address, and so she said when we get to that point, we can talk about the parent access. So whether that be a way that those documents are shared through your teacher, she hasn't been specific on that, but there will be a way for parents to access the materials as well.
And the teacher training cost, is that also a one-time cost? Because then we'll train the trainer? Is that how we're going to do it? Because that's what's kind of alluded to, but not specifically stated.
Right, so there's, the getting started is what's included with purchase. And then we have 2 other additional, and one would be possibly during like an October day, which would be a full 6-hour training. And then the next one would be possibly during that January, February day for an additional 3 hours, and that's a one-time. And then we're hoping that our pilot teachers, because they've gone through that training this past year, they'll go through it again next year, can then, carry that load in the buildings.
And one more question on the price there. So if we're no longer using math expressions, do we actually get rid of that program and save that cost? And what would be, does anyone know the net difference between the new program versus the old, or?
So there's no cost right now with math expressions.
Okay.
So they stopped supporting their online portion a few years ago because they moved to a newer edition, and we had the older edition. And so again, workbooks were the one thing, and they stopped printing those as well. So we don't have a cost with math expressions currently.
And this is going down a different place, but part of the reason that it is a large dollar amount, and we certainly have some rather pricey adoptions in the future as well. So one of the things that I've been working with Executive Director Frederickson around is accessing our available resources, specifically some of our remaining ESSER funds that we had identified in our initial ESSER fund application for curricular resources to use for this initial adoption, and allowing us to purchase those materials so that we can have them in place here for the summer, which would begin already in June, pending your approval.
Chair Crosby, Board Directors, I'll just say that thank you, team. Wonderful job. I have yet to meet a publisher who doesn't negotiate. And having gone through a multi-million-dollar adoption in another district, we were able to really negotiate pretty heavily. And so if it's the will of the board that this is the curriculum that you would support, then just know that we would have, full court press on our negotiation to not necessarily paying sticker, but to find out these kind of incentives that we can broker, particularly if we're able to access one-time use dollars that need to be utilized, particularly on student improvement vis-a-vis curriculum. We might be able to take advantage of purchasing in advance with some of our ESSER dollars to get the greatest deal and maximize the use of federal funds. So again, we wanted to make sure that we share the information with the board first. Based upon the will of the board and supporting the adoption, then we would go forth as a team to begin negotiations. And I know Director Frederickson has a history of negotiating with publishers as well. And so we've got the right folks on the team to get the best deal for our students.
Great. All right, any other comments or questions before we? Yep,
I'll make
one
one.
more.
Bridge has been around for a long time, so I had experience with it at another, and when my kids were little, and in a specific program, I loved it. And what they're doing now with the gamification and the added interaction is incredible. So I personally am a fan. I'm just hoping that when we go here, and one of the tools of negotiations, of course, is to maybe even sign a longer-term agreement with them so they have the guaranteed, cash flow for so many years in a row. And of course, it benefits our students to go through a whole cohort with this to make sure that we're experiencing the maximum benefit. So I wouldn't have a problem with negotiating there.
And I'm sorry, I do have one more question. I apologize, and it goes back to one of the questions that came up in one of the workshops that I attended. One of the points that was brought up is that the teachers needed to purchase a lot of things for their manipulatives, boxes to put their stuff in. Is that's I don't know if that's included in this, or would that be an extra item that we need to come up with a dollar amount to support the teachers?
We will be supporting the teachers. We're actually planning to provide some options, but that's not included because that's not.
It's not curriculum.
To the, yeah. That's not to the vendor that
Right.
the contract you see, and it will be at a cost under our dollar amount. It will be part of our curriculum budget for the upcoming school year. But we definitely have a plan to share a couple of options that have been successful by our pilot teachers, so that teachers can choose which. Anything to add?
And part of the purchase is I think it's called required, not included, or something, boxed items. So that would be all the manipulatives.
That's manipulatives,
So
right.
the teachers would get all the manipulatives they need, but we'll also help them with organization, because it's
Yeah,
a
they need
larger amount
boxes
than
to
we're
put their
used to.
stuff in. Yeah.
Yep, so that's our next meeting in April. We're gonna talk about how to support that.
Great, good question. Yeah, thank you. And I'm just going to reiterate what Director Olst had said, that the teachers that came forward to pilot this, it just demonstrates to me a true passion for learning as a staff member, and I just think that that is awesome and says a lot about our staff. So thanks to those particular teachers, for sure. Okay, are we ready to vote? Any other? Okay, just to make sure. All right, all in favor of the approval of adoption of math curriculum?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to do a report only on our monthly financial report that we look at each month that Director Frederickson has created, and we are very thankful for. So any questions or update, anything you want to call it specifically, or questions by the board?
Oh, thank you, Chair Crosby, members of the board, Dr. Thomas. You're used to seeing this now. We've sent it out for the last several months. I think the only thing that I would call your attention to is we have a 2% increase in revenue in the month of February, and that's mostly due to a levy and interest rates. And at the same time, we have an expenditure increase of about 7%, which is a combination of kind of filling in vacant positions, and then some of our utility and services cost has gone up as well as some capital expenditures. We still look like we're right on target for meeting our budget projections, so we don't anticipate either adding or detracting from our fund balance in a significant amount by the end of the year.
So it's fairly in line with, at the study session, that difference of like 850,000?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
In change in fund balance. Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments on the report? All right, we'll keep moving. And also, Director Frederickson has our monthly enrollment report. Any updates on that you'd like to call out?
No, again, you've seen this report for the last couple months. The difference between the October 1st enrollment and the April 1st enrollment is we're down 56 students. And if you compare that with the end of the year, last year, in June, it's a difference of 163 students less than what we had at the end of last year.
Any questions or comments from the board?
I'm really eager to see the results and the findings of the Studer stakeholder engagement survey and what potential impact that might have on our enrollment and just overall engagement.
Definitely. Okay. That does not require board action, so we will be moving on to the approval of recommendation for the 2023 pavement and rehabilitation project. Can I get a motion to approve this?
So made.
By Director Olstad, and a second?
Second.
By Director Bullion. Director Dello is here.
Good evening, Chair Crosby, school board members, Dr. Thomas. Had the bid tabulation and award letter in front of you. On March 27th, we had open bids here at the district office. We had 6 bidders, which was pretty good, I think. Good numbers. Northwest Asphalt was low on their base bid, and the rest of their numbers kind of washed. We would like to award the LTFM projects 2023 pavements to Northwest Asphalt.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have one, Jim, just,
Sure.
have we used, I know we've used the bituminous roadways and a couple of the others. Have we ever used Northwest?
Yeah, they're local, and I think we've used on a couple different jobs, Mary, over the years.
Okay.
Very reputable. I'd also, as you consider that, take a quick second just to thank Maureen Mullen and Matt Garrison for their work on these projects. We're making some pretty significant improvements. Twin Oaks traffic, we're going to pull a fair amount off Fish Point for drop-off in the morning. Worked with the city on that. And Five Hawks Playground, huge improvements there. So.
Great. Great. Any other questions? Okay, all in favor of approving of the recommendation for the 2023 pavement rehabilitation project?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jen?
The superintendent evaluation procedure, what you have there is our evaluation timeline. This is communication for, for everyone, but also for us to follow as a board. There's one, you can all read the details. There's one change that we may pursue if, it's just an expanding of the point number 6, which is each school board member reviews superintendent materials and completes the summative evaluation form and submits it. And all that is gives board members a little more time. I know we have some scheduling conflicts during that time of people traveling and having other things going on in their lives. So we, Dr. Thomas and I discussed expanding that. But that would be the only small, alteration that we would consider.
I just have a question. I
Yeah.
was new to the process. When do we have, how do you say, feedback on FastBridge scores, MCA scores, like data on the students' performance? When does that come out? Their academic achievement.
Those are the quarterly reports that we've been giving throughout the year. So we've given you the winter to fall to winter, and then we'll be doing a winter to spring, and then in the summer, we'll be getting the MCA results.
We don't get them till summer.
The MCAs don't, August is when MCAs get
And what
released.
about FastBridge?
Those are the quarterlies that we do from fall to winter, and then winter to spring.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about that timeline?
Yeah, so on the 6th, we still have April 25th to May 5th. What are we going to be expanding that to?
May 10th was the suggested
Okay.
suggestion. And that gives a smaller amount of time on
To
the other
review,
window,
right.
but that's not a problem.
Okay.
And perhaps people get them in early. Nobody laughed at my joke. Okay. Everybody's tired. Okay.
Do you have any, is it like a standard form? I mean, do you have any, obviously, there's
Yeah.
people who've done it in the past, but being
Yeah.
new to it, I'd love to better understand the process.
Yeah, so it is a survey administered previously through SurveyMonkey. Now we will be using
Qualtrics, yeah.
To fill out the form and potentially revisiting the process a little bit as we move forward. Cumbersome in our first year with our new superintendent.
Yeah, so I'll say that the evaluation that exists here in the district that was agreed upon at the start of the school year is one that's been carried over from year to year. That's premised on the domains of the job description. And I spoke with the former board chair, vice chair, about the possibility of revisiting this and moving towards a standards-based, competency-based evaluation tool that's not predicated on a job description. I think it's more, again, going to a more nationally normed competency-based approach, I think is a better approach. Gives you better data, more objective versus subjective. So that's something that the board can talk about, as we look into next year to revise that process with the new board.
Right, the current model focuses more on the core work and the superintendent's job description. So-
Versus like the goals set out by the superintendent? Because
Right,
there's two,
right.
those are two very different things,
There-
right?
there's-
I mean,
yeah,
obviously,
there's-
there's the core components of your job description, but then like the goals of the that you've set out for the district.
Correct, that's where I
which-
would propose moving towards that kind of a process.
Okay, that's what I want,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to be clear on, so, thank you. for
Yeah,
clarifying
and
that.
what I can do and offer to each of you too, perhaps at our next one-to-ones is show you the template, so that you get a sense of what that looks like and what's to come. And then have some conversation about what I have seen and what I would be more used to and what I think most superintendents are used to. So that would be something I can offer.
Great.
If I can offer, one of the components, just kind of thinking of the process and what it all entailed previously, we had two different packets of information. One focused more on the strategic components and how did we, as a district, perform towards each one of those different strategic objectives and what were the deliverables that were tied to them. And then the separate packet, each a nice thick packet, focused more on attainment of the job description and how the superintendent met each one of those. If I remember, it was two separate surveys, one for each part. A little cumbersome. A lot
And
cumbersome.
lengthy.
Yeah, and I will say,
Redundant and lengthy.
yeah, it's when
So
when
now
I,
it's just gonna be one, is what you're saying? Or is it gonna be the same?
Well, that, I mean.
no,
to be
there'll still be,
determined.
sorry to say, there'll likely be two. And I think there will be a way to incorporate that again into a singular competency-based approach starting next year.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But again, we weren't going to change anything, because that's what was agreed upon at the start of the school year. And so, we're gonna play that one through, and then next year, I think we would all probably appreciate
Yeah.
a standards-based approach.
And I would weigh in, not to interrupt you, but I would weigh in that it's probably okay for all of us to go through that, to have a baseline and say,
Yeah.
so where do we go from here?
Yeah.
That's,
To be the best we can be.
thank you
know?
for giving that history. It's helpful to
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
it, so thank you.
So that's the timeline that we will adhere to. So now.
We'll hear from you, Amy,
Yep,
Director
Yep,
Crosby.
you will, yep. You will, it'll all be via email, so.
Okay, thank you.
With the details on the timeline. So we have a proclamation next for National Volunteer Appreciation Week. And I neglected to ask anyone to read tonight, so if we have any volunteers, I'd be more than willing to.
No pun intended.
Okay, Director Burnick, if you would like to read that, that would be wonderful. And
Volunteer
then-
Appreciation Week, April 16th to 22nd, 2023. Prior Lake Savage Area Schools recognizes April 16th to 22nd, 2023 as Volunteer Appreciation Week. Volunteers provide essential support to our over 8,700 Prior Lake Savage area students for their families and over 1,400 employees. This week, we celebrate our thanks and gratitude for these essential community members. Whereas the week of April 16th to the 22nd is designated as National Volunteer Week to recognize the hard work, dedication, and passion of volunteers throughout our nation. Whereas thousands of volunteers here in the Prior Lake Savage area provide essential support to our students through generous donations of time, money, and talent. Whereas volunteers serve on our boards, task forces, and committees to help us move our mission forward. Whereas volunteers are motivated by the simple satisfaction of helping our students and foster a sense of community and pride within our schools and district. Therefore, let it be resolved, the Board of Education hereby extends its appreciation to all Prior Lake Savage area volunteers for supporting the education of our students and declares April 16th to the 22nd, 2023 to be Volunteer Appreciation Week in Prior Lake Savage area schools.
And I'll just say on behalf of all of us here in our district that the volunteers that provide support for our students are priceless. And we have formal relationships, whether it's professional organizations or parents or grandfriends, et cetera. They fulfill a variety of different roles. We see them as noon supervisors, recess support. We also see them as tutors or reading partners. We even heard about some of our older students being quote-unquote volunteers for younger grade levels as well. So volunteers aren't necessarily just all folks that come from the outside. Even some of our own internal folks are volunteering, if you will, some of our students. But I will say that the work that you provide is significant. And that we want to encourage all from our community to look at opportunities to participate with Prior Lake Savage area schools and volunteer and provide opportunities to build relationships with our students and support the staff in our district. So again, a huge thank you on behalf of all the staff here in Prior Lake Savage area schools for the countless hours that our volunteers provide each year.
Thank you. It is also After-School Professionals Appreciation Week, April 24th through 28th. We have Director Dahl and our Kids Company Assistant Coordinator here. Do I have a volunteer to read that proclamation this evening? Director Alston, thank you.
After School Professionals Appreciation Week, April 24th through 28th, 2023. Prior Lake Savage Area Schools recognizes April 24 through 28, 2023 as After School Professionals Appreciation Week. This week, we celebrate our thanks and gratitude for these vital staff members. Whereas the Prior Lake Savage Area School community firmly believes that after-school professionals, parentheses, those who work with children and youth in a wide variety of program settings to provide extended learning opportunities during out-of-school hours, have a positive effect on our children, families, community, and businesses. Whereas after-school professionals are a decisive element in young people's access to high-quality relationships and expanded opportunities beyond what they have access to at school and home, which they need to reach their full potential. Whereas after-school professionals deserve appreciation and support for all that they do that results in increased social emotional skills, school attendance, and academic performance for young people. Whereas Prior Lake Savage Area Schools is committed to supporting the professionals who provide expanded learning opportunities that will help close the achievement gap and prepare young people to be contributing citizens. Therefore, let it be resolved, the Board of Education hereby extends its appreciation to all Prior Lake Savage Area Schools after-school professionals for supporting the education of our students and declares April 24th through 28th, 2023 to be After-School Professionals Appreciation Week in Prior Lake Savage Area Schools.
Good evening, Board Chair Crosby, Board Directors, and Dr. Thomas. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to share a little bit more about what I would consider our before and after school professionals. In community education, we run a lot of programming throughout the school year in the summer, both before and after school, and have a lot of wonderful people that work in our programs. Our largest program, though, being our Kids Company child care program, running our before and after school care. And so I have invited Mary Jane, who is our assistant coordinator for Kids Company, to come and share a little bit more on their behalf.
Thank you for having me here tonight. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to recognize and appreciate our Kids Company staff. Just a little bit about our program. Kids Company provides quality childcare for both school age and preschool children in all of our elementary schools. We offer before and after school care programming during the school year, full day programming on most non-school days and summer, and full day programming for preschool age children during the school year and summer as well. Kids Company offers a variety of ways to actively engage children through hands-on activities while promoting social, emotional, and cognitive growth. We focus on choice-based learning, creating opportunities for children to navigate their learning and explore their individual interests. Our Kids Company staff provides safe, equitable, and inclusive environments while also building connections and relationships with children and families in our program. I'd like to express my gratitude and appreciation to all of the skilled professionals that work in our Kids Company program for their hard work and dedication. The Kids Company staff professionals are essential, valuable, and make a positive difference in the lives of the children and families in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our last proclamation for the evening is Administrative Support Professionals Week, which is also April 24th through 28th. Would someone be willing to read that?
Sure.
Thank
I will
you.
be happy to.
Thank you.
Administrative Support Professionals Appreciation Week, April 24th through 28th, 2023. Prior Lake Savage Area Schools recognizes April 24th through 28th, 2023 as Administrative Support Professionals Appreciation Week. Our administrative support professionals are essential to keeping our district operating, which supports the success of our students. This week, we celebrate our thanks and gratitude for these vital staff members. Whereas National Administrative Professionals Day is being celebrated on April 26, 2023. Whereas our administrative support professionals serve several roles in our school buildings and district offices. Whereas these professionals are often the first point of contact for families, students, and staff, and help create a welcoming environment. Whereas our administrative support professionals carry out essential functions to keep our schools and district operating so we can fulfill the mission of our district and the success of our students. Therefore, let it be resolved, the Board of Education hereby extends its appreciation to all Prior Lake Savage Area Schools administrative support professionals for supporting the education of our students and declares April 24th through 28th, 2023 to be Administrative Support Professionals Appreciation Week in Prior Lake Savage Area Schools.
Thank you, Director Velazquez. I'll speak on behalf of many administrators throughout our district who rely heavily upon these folks. They are the unsung heroes within education. I've said this months ago as well. When I think about the likes of our admin support folks, they are the ones who keep administrators grounded. They kind of give us the reality check that we need from time to time. I can't see Martha right now, but she's, but it really keeps us on our toes. And as the proclamation states, oftentimes are the frontward facing individual of our offices, our schools. And so I cannot thank them enough for the countless hours that they put in, not only for supporting entire buildings, or departments, but also those of us who lead these places. I know we're a lot to manage. So thank you for everything that you do, and for the things that we don't know that you actually are doing as well. So really appreciate you all throughout the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to policy. Our first reading of policies, we have two of them. We'll start with policy 806, crisis management policy. They were introduced, these were both introduced in the study session, so this is the next step for us. And so I'll open it up for any questions or concerns or comments that the board has around policy 806, the crisis management policy.
Director Crosby, I have one question as it relates to 806, and it is on section, let's see, section C, so additional information, number 2 for media procedures. See that?
Yep.
Okay, so in there, it states the superintendent or designee has the authority and discretion for notifying parents and guardians and the school community in the event of a crisis or early closure. And my question is, can we add school board in there as well? As I feel like the school board should be on that list of being notified if in an event of a crisis. And it's currently not listed in there.
I would absolutely agree. It's a practice that we have currently, and we can definitely make note of that in policy. Jim, you back there, you capturing that on your hard copy as a stakeholder? Yeah, in section 3, C2.
C2.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm catching up.
Yep.
Yeah. That
No
makes
problem
sense.
calling that out specifically. It's
It's
probably already
practice.
included in the, and we already
Yeah,
do
I know
it,
we're
yeah.
already doing it,
Practice,
so
yeah.
I thought it would be good to include it.
Yeah, great.
And then I just had a question for my own self. Under E, emergency telephone numbers, I know we're taking out the addresses. So the list will contain the names of local and county personnel who are likely to be involved in responding to a crisis situation. The list will include for agencies such as the police, the fire. You know what? I guess I don't have a question about that. I just, for some reason, I had made a little mark about that, so I don't have a question.
Actually,
I did this like a couple days ago, so.
Yeah, I did, because last time, I know it's included in here by default, but it has been missed in the past, and that's, our city leaders from our various, we don't have to mention every single one of them, just make sure that city management or city leaders are included, even though it includes everybody underneath them. just making sure we don't forget to add them to the distribution list in general when.
Right. I think they're spelled out in here, but I think I understand what you're saying, Mary, is to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay?
We've actually revised our threat protocol internally to now include essentially mayors or their city managers on school-based issues that we know that will come to their offices. So that was a change that Christy and I adopted this year.
Great. Important. Okay. Other questions?
I had one question, Jim, and I realize this isn't probably the right policy, but just given the news today, like out of Rochester, they had to close schools because of a cyber attack, and I didn't know if, and I know that's a lot of Marcus too, mostly Marcus probably, but just in terms of like a cyber attack, where does something like that belong? Does that belong just like mentioned in here or referred to in maybe another policy? It was just top of mind today because they closed today, and so
Yeah.
I thought, since we're talking about it tonight.
Well, to be in Rochester school shoes today would be a crisis, so I don't know if we need to spell it out in here, but we respond to all kinds of crises that are not listed in this
Yeah.
policy. But the real work would be Marcus and his team.
Yeah, so that.
Did I
I'm sorry.
just make a comment? The problem with the cyber attack, that the reason why, and this is just speaking from experience, is that unfortunately, your communication means also disappears. So that's another reason why we're seeing that actually being included in this. Now, I know we have another incident response plan in which we can kind of plan that out also, but that's just something to consider for future reference. You know, we base a lot of our crisis management plan on the ability to communicate. Well, if a
Absolutely
cyber
we do,
attack
yeah.
brings down our ability to communicate, then we do need a secondary option.
Yeah. And generally speaking, that would fall under our district crisis management response in definition 1, section 2, point 1. So, but again, there's nuances to every crisis that occurs, and based upon the specific threat, the location of threat, et cetera, whether it be district, building, joint, but something like that would be falling under the district crisis response team.
Okay.
And then I just saw one typo. So under general statement of policy, under B, I believe it says the plan include. I think it should be includes.
Okay, thank you.
I like grammar fixes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we move on to the next policy, or people?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jim. Policy 606, selection and review of learning resources. Director Edwards is here for us to take a
Yeah.
review of where we're at.
So in just a recap from our work session, that was our introduction of the policy. A lot of conversation, and we did our best to track a lot of the conversation that evening live in the moment. There will be a variety of iterations that will be coming back to you all on flow, grammar, et cetera. So we captured what we got in terms of the essence of big shifts in policy conversations from last week. Clearly, more tightening will happen over the course of the conversation with the board, but just want to give that context to Chair Crosby to open it up.
Thank you.
I would like to just kick this off with a proposal. And part of it is I've done a lot of research on this policy as it pertains to school districts across the country. And I feel like the policy that we have in place just leads itself to a lot of ambiguous terms. There's a lot of words in it. And so ultimately, I went back and I looked at what is the model policy for MSBA Model Policy 606. And I'm going to send around a copy of it for everyone. So if you can just
I think a lot of people have already seen it. We kind of talked about it in the last study session, and the fact that it is we do have a very different, so
So I guess I understand, I'd like to understand why, because in this policy, 606 from MSBA, the part that I'm most concerned, well, there's a lot of parts that I'm concerned about, is the general statement of policy says, the school board recognizes that the selection of textbooks and instructional materials is a vital component of the school district's curriculum. And the school board also recognizes that it has the authority to make final decisions on selections of all textbooks and instructional materials. And that's not something that's even included in our policy, that the school board ultimately has the final decision. And then also in this policy, it states that when we're reviewing textbooks, you know, we do consider what's appropriate for the age and the maturity of the students. And we didn't have that in our policy. And so, I mean, ultimately, our policy, I feel like, is like a combination of policy and procedures, where I feel like maybe it should just be policy, and then we break out the procedures. And I also believe that ultimately the books that are selected really should be tied back to supporting our district goals and objectives. And so if you can't tie it back to our district goals and objectives, then why does it even belong in the library? You know what I'm saying? So I guess I wanted to start with presenting this policy as a model policy and trying to understand why our policy is so different. And I also feel like our policy is confusing, and there's like, I don't know. I wanted to better understand why we're going this direction. I know where this policy came from, but I don't understand if it hasn't been effective in the past. Maybe I just need to understand why we're not using MSBA's model policy and tweaking that one to best fit our district.
And I have a question, because I actually brought this up. We tend to conflate learning media resources with instructional textbooks. And we also know that the MSBA policy, like we talked about in the study session, does not even really discuss the policy or procedure regarding learning media resources in our learning centers, which is a library. And every novel, every whatever, is not going to have a direct relationship to a classroom. Some of them are just books and magazines and things like that. And we did include both in here. And I know one of my feedback is we need to not conflate those. We need to break them out and define them separately, so that there isn't that exact issue with the MSBA policy, as well as the comment that Director Atkinson just made. Is that something that you guys are leaning towards, or do you want to, I don't know if you guys want to discuss it from that point?
Yeah, I'll begin with mentioning, and I think I acknowledged this at our study session, that we had explored the potential of the MSBA policy. And we were coming forward with a recognition or thought anyways. Our thought was that was quite it wasn't overly descriptive. The MSBA policy is not overly descriptive, and feeling as if that was partly a desire to consider something a bit more descriptive and prescriptive. And as we looked at and compared the MSBA policy to our existing policy, certainly our existing policy is more prescriptive, and so we kind of went down that road, if you will, toward maintaining that, and found another example or examples that we felt were worth considering. I think that was really the nature of the direction that we were taking things, because again, I agree that the MSBA two-page policy is quite brief in reality. And our current policy and the proposed policy that we reviewed at our last session definitely is more prescriptive and has a lot more words in it and a lot more steps in it than the MSBA recommended two-page policy.
But doesn't we're considering library media materials as well as curriculum, or are we only considering library and media materials? Because the MSBA policy really does focus on the curriculum piece, which is not always, and very rarely the same as what's in our media centers.
It states textbooks, so I think the question would be, how do you define textbooks
And so
and
where,
instructional materials? That's what I was
That's- yeah.
confused by that, you know,
and so I think, yeah, I mean, we could split hairs probably on these definitions, but that's where I recall from our work session is to broaden it to learning resources. Because that's curriculum, that's a textbook, that's a library book, if you will. So I thought learning resources was where we were generally trying to go. That would be all encompassing.
Yeah, and
That's
I would.
my recollection
Yeah,
as
and I
well.
would agree. I mean, that's the only part I questioned about this was the word textbooks. But I feel like the policy is much easier to read and follow versus the policy that we've put in place or that we're reviewing is just, I don't know, I feel like it's harder to follow. Just, that's why I'm bringing it up. I mean.
I totally agree with it. We need to improve the flow. I think the first draft here is just try to capture what was discussed in the last one.
Yep. Agreed.
To that end, knowing that, you know, we might reconfigure some things, but we're just kind of going through. I had a few questions about, I am on page 2 of the policy, or 124, under learning resources reconsideration process, realizing we might tweak this language, but we talk about kind of the chain of command, if you will. You know, going to building administration, going to the teacher, going to the media specialists, if there's an issue that's raised. And then under the next section, we talk about, number 1, each challenger should be directed to the building principal. So my first question is, aren't we forgetting a step? Should we be going to the teacher or the media, kind of like what we outline in number 1 of the section above it? So I was just, unless I am understanding this differently, but tell me that. But I feel like we're forgetting a person in there.
I think can be a point well taken, definitely, and can be added back, or added to, that.
Yeah, I can't remember if we took it out.
We didn't.
Last time.
That wasn't previously in there.
Okay.
And if I may, just for a moment, speak to that particular segment on page 2 that you referenced. I think the intention was, that was not something that was previously in our policy. And that was something that was found in a policy elsewhere. And that was something that we wanted to increase an awareness around, was that because that was something that we are doing, frankly, have been doing procedurally, in varying degrees. And by putting it in policy, making everybody aware that those are steps in the process, should there be a concern, a resource of concern.
Yeah, and Director Olsted, to this point, under the consideration of challenged, like that process occurs after you've already talked to the teacher in a reconsideration phase.
The sequence.
So this is the next step in the sequence. If, after talking with the teacher and getting more context and reconsidering of that text, you feel like, no, this is something I still want to challenge, then
Okay.
I now got to bring that to building administration.
Okay.
I've already went through that.
That makes
formally.
sense. Whoa, that got loud.
That's where the
That
flow is a
makes
little
sense.
off.
Yeah, maybe that's
We
why.
need some improvement in
Okay.
flow.
Thank you.
I do, I want to go back to Lisa's point. There seems to be a lot of policies that we don't put procedure in,
Yeah.
a lot of them. So I think when we head into this direction, we need to say, why are we doing that? And I know there's reasons, I just want to make sure that when we visit some more policies,
So-
especially when we get a
Yeah.
committee on policies, what direction we're going to be giving that committee.
So I will share that when we were going through the first draft or trying to capture everything that was discussed, the initial conversation actually stopped at G, and that was policy. And then everything below was into procedure. So that was actually one of our initial drafts. So that could potentially be changed if the will of the board here says this still reads more, and it does, administrative process, then let's put that into the procedure and then have hard stop at G, which then brings us back to probably where Director Atkinson started the conversation tonight, as well. We'll be back to more of that one-page policy. That's pretty succinct. And again, in the spirit of transparency, I think the robustness of this policy is somewhat responding to, I think, the energy that surrounds this conversation right now compared to other policies that we've been revising. And I'll just be very transparent. So we thought, in the past, less is more, but here we're kind of erring on, well, maybe we need to do more because of the level of conversation out there. Not to be reactionary, so I'm really careful of these words, and pander to just noise, but did we need to put more in here knowing that this policy would be one that would be center focus, probably have lots of conversation about?
And can I add one perspective to that? Because typically I'm going to shy away from procedure, right? That's not our wheelhouse. I think the sentence for me sums it up, that these freedoms expressed and guaranteed in the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution must be preserved in the teaching and learning process in a society of diverse beliefs and viewpoints and shared freedoms. So when we're dancing on the edge of that, I think we probably want to have a pretty robust discussion around procedures. I'm trying to be open-minded and open to the idea of not having procedures in here too, and I am open to that, but it's a pretty serious topic.
You can
so
pass this around. I had Martha, because even on the back of this, here,
that could involve law.
take one and pass it down. On the back of the policy, it states that, sorry, I dropped my notebook. The superintendent shall present a procedure to the school board for review and approval regarding reconsideration of textbooks or other instruction materials. When approved by the school board, such procedure shall be an addendum to this policy. So I guess it would be an addendum to the policy.
So my question is, where do these, where do these procedures live then? Where do they, because I do agree in terms of procedure versus policy, and I do understand that. I think, where do these procedures live so that?
They would live in admin. It wouldn't live, like, we would have this like on our school websites, for example. We would have this in the teaching and learning department website in terms of procedures.
Yeah.
Because we know that this may be something that would be exercised. So that's where it would live, but it wouldn't live necessarily in policy.
So the first litmus test that we really need to do is, as we go through the procedure, if there is parts of that in the policy, realize that each time we want to update it, we've got to take it back to the board.
Right.
So that's one of the first litmus tests that
Right.
we need to understand. And then the other thing that we need to focus on is, where does the accountability and responsibility lie? Because with curriculum, we don't approve every new textbook either, and nor do we, I personally don't want to. Nor would I want to usurp the qualifications of our library media specialists and the ad hoc committee to say that every single change needs to come to the board. I believe that we need to have some representation, but I don't think we need to be in that level of granular control. Not only are we probably not qualified, but also it's to me, it wouldn't be the appropriate place, but that's just to me. And also I want to emphasize that, again, there's a difference between textbook and library media. So if we're going to expand it, like we decided to expand it even before this, away from the well-known MSBA model policy, can we at least come to an agreement on what the scope of this covers? Because otherwise, we are confusing the two. Textbooks and library media resources who don't necessarily contain textbooks. As a matter of fact, a lot of times they don't. So I just want to make that clear because we are talking two different things here.
Yeah, and I see your point, and I would say that if ultimately, as a school board, we, oversee that part of, I'd say, I would agree with you. I don't need to see every book that's purchased in the district, but I do think, given what's happened in the last couple of years with the school books that have come into the district, I think in being transparent, I mean, I wouldn't mind having access to a list of every quarter, what are the new books that are purchased for the library? And I don't know how many new books are purchased in a year for, like, say, our high school. Any idea?
It's not a number I would have at hand
No,
at
I'm
the
just
point,
curious, like,
but I would
I
need
mean,
to
in
get
full
that, yep.
transparency, should there be a list posted for the school board if ultimately we are responsible for overseeing the books that are in our district?
We're responsible for the governance of the district, and the superintendent is responsible for the operation of the district.
Well, that's not what the policy says, though.
Expand on that, what do you mean?
Well, the policy right here says the school board recognizes that the selection of textbooks and instructional materials is a vital component to the school board's curriculum.
So,
The school board also recognizes that it has the authority to make final
I thought-
decisions on the selection of all textbooks and instructional materials.
Right, so textbooks and instructional materials are actually the curriculum, the district curriculum. That's not library texts. Textbooks,
So are you saying, so MSBA doesn't
So,
have a policy that has to do
yeah,
with library
so
books?
as-
Because I
as
thought
I
that this
define-
what this
As I
was.
define textbooks and instructional materials,
Mm-hmm.
textbooks are books that are tied to curriculum. So when we adopt a math curriculum, we might have workbooks, textbooks that come along with that. That's the instructional materials. Library resources are supplemental resources to enrich reading, interest in reading, comprehension, those types of things. It's not a direct instructional material. That's how I interpret.
Yeah, and so I think we really need, we
Agreed.
need some clarification about, like, if we're reviewing curriculum, or we're reviewing textbooks, or books, or, you know what I mean? And I think we tried to do that with our last policy by calling it learning resources, but I feel like in the learning resources, we're more focused on books than we are on curriculum. Is that correct, or am I misunderstanding that?
If I could add a comment to that, I too was confused in the MSBA policy compared to ours. And being a new director, I'm trying to understand, when we're going through policy, is MSBA's guiding policies, is that how is that kind of our baseline? Yes or, and
That's a
no?
baseline for many districts. to
For many
start-
districts.
To start the
It's
conversation.
a template.
Start the conversation.
Yeah.
So I too was very confused at MSBA's 606 being, and I read it to be textbooks and curriculum. Ours, I feel, is more based on media, library, and what's maybe teachers have in a classroom. So I think that at the study session, one of the many points that I maybe raised was trying to understand if that included curriculum. And is our goal as a district with our policy 606 to include all of it, to umbrella curriculum and the media resources? Because that, in and of itself, that clarification, I think, is huge.
Well, and sorry to interrupt, but I caught up after not being at the meeting, but listened to it and took notes. And I go back to the other 606, the original one was adopted in August of 2021, correct? Is that the first time we had that policy in place?
Not the first time, no. I would say the most recent
That was the most recent.
most recent version.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, we
So
didn't
you've just been
make-
carrying
yeah.
that forward?
So, you know, historically, that policy's been in place for a while, and when we re-reviewed it, we made no changes to it. So it's been there for, oh gosh, a lot longer than 2021.
I'm certain it has, yeah, I think we'd go back and look at when it became a policy originally and how many times it was revised. Martha could speak to that, but August of 2021, yes, and I was not, I was in a different role at that time.
And one more comment that I'd like to make. When there is confusion on exactly, I mean, if we're confused as a board, like, when there's confusion, it just, I feel like there's a lack of accountability, because if you don't really know what we're covering or what we're talking about, it's like, you know, how do we get to the root of an issue? Yeah, I know that it seems cumbersome. I feel like this policy in particular, as far as my short stint as a director, that this one, you know, we're doing a lot of work here. And, you know, starting from the very top, I think for me, I want to know what we're including.
And I guess that was the first question that was in the study session, is changing the title, because our policy has always included not curriculum, but this. And we kind of mixed the two when we made it a more broad statement, which does confuse some of the back-end procedures that were put in there. So that's the first question that we need to, we can go back to the MSBA, one that's only curriculum. Pretty much, it doesn't cover anything in the library. And I don't know, I don't even think MSBA has a model policy for library resources.
They don't, and again, a couple of things to bring to notice. You know, policy, our current policy 601.1 is aligned to MSBA's 606. So our 601 is review of curriculum content and instruction, alternative instruction. So like that's the content of classroom materials, if you will. 606 for us has been the broader, the other materials. That's what that policy is about. So that focuses more so on other learning resources, which is the direction of the broader term.
And I think the other thing to remember is that a lot of the templates that the MSBA puts out are the minimum needed in order to comply with basic rules, regulations, and a lot of laws. But it's not, they're there as templates, and then school districts can take them. As long as you're not breaking a law, you know, that sort of thing, then you can make them your own through local control. So that's something to consider. And that's one of the first things that we kind of brought up at the study session. Because, you know, most of us were familiar with the template MSBA policy, and we had made the decision as they know, I can't even remember when that policy went into place, but we've had the old one there for, at least 5 or 6 years before it was reviewed in 2021.
Well, and I just want to note too, on the bottom of the MSBA policy, it says cross-reference. They have 603 is curriculum development and 604 is instructional curriculum. I haven't read those, but, and like you said, it has all the legal references that it ties back to.
And their 601 is like curriculum and instructional goals, and ours is basically.
Curriculum content and alternative instruction.
And then gives an outline, general outline for challenging anything.
I think what I liked about it is it was very clean, it's very easy to read, it's, you know, it's very, I think part of the reason why we haven't had a lot of challenges. I mean, I know we've had challenges, but maybe we haven't had people who've gone through the actual process of challenging. Is that maybe there's something with the policy that's hard to read, hard to follow, hard to understand, you know what I mean? So that's why I'm like, the more clean and simple we can make it, I think is gonna be better, to be honest with you. Whether it's the process, the reconsideration process, and/or the policy is just making it, you know. I think last week I had mentioned, I have a policy, another policy that I pulled that I can send a copy of this to you, but it basically says that materials must be free of pornography. Materials must be suited to student needs and their ability to comprehend the material presented. Must be appropriate for the grade level and age level. And then must be consider the broad racial, ethnical, and social, economic, and cultural diversity of the students. So just, those are their 4 points, that's it. I mean, that's the part that I'm concerned with, is that we have almost a half a page of all these different things that they must be considered objectives for selection.
So are you saying that you only want a policy for curriculum and not for library media sources?
No, I think we absolutely need one. I'm
There-
actually
yeah.
surprised this hasn't been addressed 2 years prior, given the fact that these book challenges have been out in the country for years, for 2 years. Districts have been talking about this. So I'm actually really surprised that this hasn't come up in the past.
Well, it has, and we chose to do the library resources more in our emphasis for book reviews. That has been out there for a while, rather than curriculum. And that's the first question that we have, is do we want to take one policy and do both and try to tackle both in that policy, or do we want to separate them?
Well, we currently have them separated.
Right, but I mean,
Do we want to merge them?
Right,
is
because
the
we do
question.
put instructional and stuff like that in the same policy. And a lot of other districts don't have our version of 606 on the library media resources, and neither does the MSBA model policy, so. So we actually went a step farther, but now that we've got the language merged, I think that would be the first step. That's just my opinion, but. And I'm fine either way, I just, the flow is confusing in a couple, yeah, that's
So
it.
maybe I just for clarity, just so that our team, continues to work smarter here, versus bringing on additional layers of confusion unintentionally. Is it the will of the board for us to come to you because policy 601 exists, which specifically addresses our curriculum in our instructional materials? Is it the will of the board that you want a policy governing our media center materials? I guess I need to just start there. A separate
all.
policy, completely, just specifically for media center materials. I guess that's what I'm wondering.
Or could it be combined, is what you're wondering? Or
No, I'm not even wondering
No.
that anymore.
Okay. Sorry.
It already is separate right now,
Yeah,
and not to
keep it
conflate
separate.
it. Policy 606, I guess my wondering to the board is should that policy, for the ease of understanding, and because we already have a 601 policy that talks to classroom curriculum and instruction content, is 606 to be focused on media center content, media center books? I guess that's the wondering I have.
I would agree with that, yeah.
I would
I'm
agree.
not so sure.
I would say, just to be, transparent with where I'm coming from, I actually didn't realize that 601 was, I didn't read them together. So, at the study session, when I asked if this was regarding curriculum, if that was brought up, I apologize, because I didn't, there was a lot,
Yeah,
right?
there's a tons going on there.
Yeah, and so, I trust what, the administration feels like if we've had a curriculum one and then we are having a media or, you know, the classroom one separate, that's what we've done. I'm not saying that it should be changed. I truly believe that I would trust your expertise in that. You know, I think if we have the curriculum and the media separate, are they right next to each other? Would it be easier for the community as a whole to have one? I personally think one might be easier. I think that the concern that was brought by the community last week, or is it 2 weeks ago? How much? Yeah, that concern of the content, I think that is an overarching concern. So when anything is, if there's concern over appropriateness and what that looks like, I think that concern is, I think we could easily blanket that on all of our resources, whether it be curriculum and the challenge is that we have a lot of different opinions and family values and all of the things. So how do we best respect all of those values and have appropriate, you know, how do we define appropriate that best respects all of those values? And if we can do that in one policy, I would say that would be a win for our district because we're not sending people in multiple places. I don't know, again, and I feel like maybe this is turning study again, which I apologize for, but I also think that this is a really important topic that really, it deserves our attention and kind of discussion.
Well, to add on to that, so if you look at 606, it's currently called Selection of Library and Media Materials, right? But when you get to the very bottom and you have the statement of concern that you'd fill out, textbook is listed as one of the options, right? So, I mean, if you got to this, you might think this was the only thing. You might not know to go to 601.1. I agree with that confusion. But I also think knowing the history of it is helpful, with Dr. Edwards telling us how many have been challenged. Is it a process? Is it something that's gone the way of somebody who didn't like the way the outcome? I don't know. I mean, usually these things rise to the top because something has happened.
Well, I don't mean to speak for Dr. Edwards, but I think what you just said is the original process is that somebody would take it to the teacher, the principal, et cetera.
Yep.
And all you want to try to do in here is memorialize that as part of the formalized process.
Correct, because that has been the process that has been implemented quite successfully in most cases. That hasn't always been implemented, and the next step in the process is the review, the statement of concern, which is currently in policy, which I haven't yet received prior to last week. So, so we've worked through that, and I think that was the intent, was to bring that more clearly up front. This is the process if you have concerns. But that was specific to a couple of, to some media resources, not specific to curriculum resources. So the direction of two separate policies, I had Martha look, and yes, we have two separate policies. We weren't looking at them together. We were only looking at one. We may need to look at both of them to make sure that they are
Complementary.
separate enough.
Well, yeah, yeah, I think complementary is the way to go, and/or it speaks to one, because to Director Burnick's point, I think you said something to the fact that a family may not know to go to 601 versus 606 versus throwing a number. And so, again, as I stated at the work session, we were 45 minutes into, just a couple of words, right? So clearly, this isn't resonating. And by the way of the discussion at the business meeting, there's clearly more work to do. So what I guess I'm going to ask the board is for us to, correct me, Martha, on procedure. I would actually like to pull this out of queue right now because there's just there's a lot of different understandings of what's currently being reviewed under this policy review. And I think we need to do a better job on tightening that up and pull it out of queue, bring it to some study sessions, not so much as an introduction, but just as a true study session. Is that appropriate?
Or start over.
That's what I'm saying,
Yeah,
pulling it out of
start
queue
over.
is getting it out of the. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, would the board object to us pulling that back, looking at 601 and 606 simultaneously? I may even pull one or two of you for some thinking as well, and then come back in a work session. And when we feel in a work session it's kind of going the direction that we all agree, like, yep, that's what we're trying to hit, then we'll kind of reinitiate the policy review protocol and just reintroduce it.
I just have one
Yeah.
question with that. Are
Yeah.
we required, Martha, on the review process? Is this one that needs to be re-reviewed by the board at any specific, the 606 one? Because that's ours, right? So I didn't think it was.
I wouldn't think it is.
No, I wouldn't think it is, but I
Yeah.
just
But
wanted
we'll
to make
verify
sure.
that.
Yeah.
But again, we're still within.
2 years. Both of those policies were adopted, one in July and one in August in
Right.
2021.
Yeah, so
I don't think we're in any danger.
we're not in any danger. We literally have a year if it was a 3-year. So then we're fine. So we've got time on our side, and so versus rushing to failure, if we can pull this out of queue, we'll kind of redress this as a 601, 606 review to better understand kind of the intent of each. And then I think for simplicity's sake, look at bringing a singular 6-something to the board for a study session that's still not yet to introduce as a policy revision, but just more of a study session topic that's important to the community, right? So I don't want to call it a policy review at this point.
My only ask would be can it be at the next study session? I mean, I think given the speakers that came the last board meeting, the speaker that came this evening, I think it's an important enough topic that I would not want to see it pushed out further.
Can
I
we
mean-
go April 24th? Because our agenda for the 17th is set.
Yeah, the normal study
typical
session.
study
Yeah, that's
I
the
don't,
24th.
I did look at that agenda and it looks short. I don't know what else,
Yeah, we can't, that's a special business meeting,
Yeah.
not a work session
Oh,
meeting.
that's not a work session.
No.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
But it's good to
okay.
reiterate that policy's still in force. It's not like we're.
Yeah, the current
over it.
policy still stands.
Still functioning. Yeah. It's just,
Yeah, and I do know, because I was on the curriculum meeting this evening, that there are some book challenges that have come up. And my only question is that when selecting committee members for that review, I think it does say in the original policy that the media specialist and the administrator, a media specialist are included on that committee. Is that correct? And my only concern is that why would they be included if they're the ones who originally approved the book? And they're going to stand behind their choices of why they did that.
That's
And
kind
I-
of a rude
Versus giving a
assumption.
true a true unbiased, they're basically standing up and saying, hey, I didn't do anything wrong here. Where the community is saying, wait a second, time out.
They also
And I
could
think
say,
they-
I missed something. Wow, thanks for bringing it to my attention.
Well,
I don't know, I'm
and-
challenged by that. I mean,
Yeah, and or they would say, and here's the context for why we did X, Y, and Z as well. So, Yeah, I don't want to jump to the pretense that someone is not going to be open to have the conversation. Does it say, Director Atkinson, does it say a board or a administrator?
So it says one
And-
licensed media specialist, three
Right.
parents,
Right.
and then
It doesn't say the, like.
It might
Actually, the
not be-
proposed policy, the
What is the
current,
old one?
the
Sorry.
current policy states, one school board member designated by the chairperson of the board, two parents from the district curriculum advisory committee, which is now called the Teaching and Learning Advisory, which I did speak to tonight at that meeting. One teacher designated by the teacher's representative body from the building affected by the request, and then the school media specialist selected from the building associated with the request, and then the director of teaching and learning, who shall serve as committee chair. So those are that's the size of the committee, different than the proposed, but we would follow the current policy that's in place.
Until something else is replaced with it.
And I mean, it's not just the school media specialist, you know, so there's representation.
Right, and I,
A
like I
teacher
said,
and the school media specialist.
in the curriculum committee, I offered to be the selected board member for that committee as well, so.
And how is that, because I have also volunteered to be on that, so how is that committee, does it change for every challenge, or is it one committee for a school year? How is that determined?
I would read the current policy to be, it changes depending on the challenge, where the nature of the challenge came from, and when the challenge. So as I read that first statement, it would be in consultation with the school board chair to determine at the time that we need to pull the committee together. And again, the parents from the curriculum advisory would be identified, and we would put this to the test with the current request that's on the table.
Right. And I can add that during the study session, this question came up, and the players who are involved in this reevaluation process would need to change, because we might have a challenge at the elementary level where somebody at the high school may not be the most appropriate resource, or vice versa. So we would need to.
Or would be an added perspective that maybe you need for that particular, I mean, who knows? Is my thought.
So right now, we'd be, the intent would be, we would be launching
the current.
a review following current policy that's in place.
And bringing it forward for a start over at the next.
Yeah, I think
24th,
the
yeah.
24th.
Yeah. Okay. Should we do thumbs? I mean, it feels like people are pretty much
good?
in agreement on it. Okay.
Is one cycle enough? It's
What's
just
that?
kind of thinking of rushing to failure.
No, there'd
No,
be
we
more.
would go
This
through the
isn't-
full
this isn't-
cycle.
We're not
It would be
reintroducing.
reintroduced.
Right, but I mean, for the discussion is,
Oh, there might be. a
Full study
couple-
sessions.
Yeah, there might be a
Three
couple.
times, I think,
Yeah.
just like we normally do.
Well, if
The
we take
policy
it out
we
of the
would review.
cycle
Yeah,
early
just like the
enough,
discussion,
then
that's
we
different.
are not actually putting it in to be approved anyways before the end of
Having
the
discussion.
session, right?
Right,
So we can,
right.
we can
Policy's
take our
gonna get
time
pulled back.
appropriately in order to do it right.
Exactly.
about it on the 24th.
we're going to
Yeah,
talk
you
about it
don't have to
in
send it to
general,
first
not
reading
in.
Right,
until you're ready.
right.
You may not be ready for
So we
three
just
times.
keep this in the work queue until it's ready for the process.
Can I ask a question? Since we have a member of our board that wasn't at the study session, Ariana, the last time we discussed this, is this something where I personally would really like your input from a student's perspective? Can Ariana come to this study session where we're going to be talking about it? Is that, I don't know, I'm going off the newbie status here, but I would really appreciate Ariana's point of view on all of this. As somebody said earlier tonight, ask the kids, and I'd really like to do that.
And I believe the proposed language, yeah,
Yeah.
involves students.
Students are involved. I think
think
it's
in
more
the
just
development
up to
of
you as the board
this-
with the work session.
Yeah, and I
As
think,
well,
I mean,
not
my
just the committee.
opinion on that is that it would be at the discretion of Ariana, you know, and her, yeah,
I don't mean to,
if.
If it works for your schedule.
Ariana, that wasn't my intention.
Yeah.
Just, yeah.
It really works in the building.
So we'll go back and huddle up as a team and as we discuss the April 24th agenda, we'll get that on there, and then we'll make sure that you get the invite so you can see if it works for you.
So just to clarify, on the 24th, it will be like we're starting over. That'll be our first review of the
No,
introduction.
no.
Oh, just the
no.
introduction, and then
Yeah.
we'll go to the May school board meeting, which will be just like this board meeting where we're reading it
We don't,
with
well,
comments.
I'm not committing to that.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
saying, I would say, what I'm suggesting, Director Atkinson, is we go into study session and work through, I think there's some big things to work through. It might take 2 study sessions before we're ready to reintroduce it for a first view. If we're ready by May and you all are feeling, yep, this is great, your team has it, then it's gonna go by May. But I'll take your direction in terms of pace, but given this is our second study session, so to speak, if you will, you know, and there's a lot of things that we're still unsure about. So I'd rather get better clarity and take the time for that versus let's go back to one study session and think that we'll have it all crystal clear. That's my thinking.
Thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying that.
Yeah.
I really appreciate the willingness to do that. I think if we can, you know, given what you just shared, Dr. Thomas, and your willingness for us to just kind of slow down and start from the beginning, it's like, what are the bare bones? Maybe if we start with the bare bones, like what does that look like? Because there is a lot of words, a lot of direction. So if we can start with the skeleton and build, I think we will find ourselves in agreement easier if we're kind of starting with the skeleton that we can agree on, and then we add the layers.
And then I just have a question about the audit that we mentioned in the last study session. Dr. Thomas, you had mentioned, I mean, for the last 2 years, I've done a lot of reading about these books that have been challenged. And there's, districts that say there's over 1,400 books that have been challenged in different states, different districts, whatever. If we were to start some sort of audit, do you have any idea or feedback where you would start? Is there like a list of books that have been consistently taken out of districts? I mean,
There's probably just as many lists as there are books.
yeah, no, I'm just asking what your thoughts
Seriously,
are as you
I would say that we could randomly pick a book challenge list out of a hat. 20 different lists will probably give you 20 different lists. And start there. You could do that. I don't know the rationale as to why they're being challenged. And again, I think that's the important conversation. So when, to Director Bullion's point, the 20 books that you might want to look at versus what I want to look at could be a total of 40 books, because we're 20 different books, or the ones that you don't like, I like, and vice versa. And I just don't think we're ever going to have the list.
Well, I think the list that I'm referring to is straight up pornography. That's what
And
I've
that also
heard.
depends
And-
on your definition of pornography. I want to
Well,
point
and
that out.
Minnesota,
It's very
the
context.
state of Minnesota has some of the strictest laws when it comes to children sharing a naked picture of themselves on a cell phone. And we even had someone come speak to us at the middle school about this. And it's a felony if they do that. So I wanted to, this is a hot topic.
Yeah.
It's actually not a hot topic. It's been going on for 2 years, which is why I'm surprised that it's taken us
Well,
this
book
long to have
challenges
this
have been going
conversation.
on for decades.
Yeah, that's
You
right.
know,
This
since,
is
But
not
in the
new.
last 2 years,
yeah,
somehow books have infiltrated the school system that are not age appropriate. I can tell you one of those books that was brought to our attention is an 18-plus book. And so if we have 18-plus books in our school district currently, we have a very small percentage of our students in our high school who are 18 years old. And so then we have books that aren't age appropriate. And even to the point where we were in the curriculum meeting tonight, and one of the attendants at the curriculum meeting said, well, at least it's not the Colleen Hoover book. And I swallowed and I said, yep, those are in our library. Those are in our high school. And so I think.
So I think, I'm just gonna.
Up to
I'm gonna
one board
Take a
member
moment here.
to decide what the
I'm gonna
definitions are.
Take a moment here and know we all have different opinions, and we know yours. Thank you for sharing. I think we need to stop and reset, which was what was the suggestion earlier, to revisit this policy and start over.
Right.
And, you know, we can sit here for a long time and talk about our opinions, but we need to have a policy in place that we're all comfortable with. And that's what we're gonna work towards. Everybody good with that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
Okay.
an audit is a completely different topic than a book.
Yeah.
But we did talk about the audit at the last meeting.
And it's understandable that that would be, yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. Like, I respect your opinion. But we're, right now, gonna reset, and we'll have more of these conversations as we review this policy. Thank you, Dr. Edwards.
Thank you.
For your help. No second reading of policies, and we are looking at the board policy approval for policy 516 on student medication. I need a motion to approve this policy, please.
So
So
made.
made.
I've got Director Bullion and Director Velazquez, and any questions or concerns? I think we've seen it many times. All right, all in favor of approving policy 516?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. And we'll move on to our superintendent report, our administrative reports, and start with Dr. Thomas, please.
Yeah, 1 second here. Okay. So just a few things, we have 4 things, actually. I feel compelled to share and just acknowledge the passing of one of our students. And it's a very sad time in our PLSAS family and also the broader community. But one of our middle school students died unexpectedly, Elsa Aiden Welch. And it's really deeply impacted our family. And so I just want to let the family and our community know to, you know, they're in our hearts and our prayers, and for our community to really lean in and band and support one another during this really difficult time. And today we had a lot of support at a variety of our school campuses to support our students and our staff. We also did so during spring break when staff were off, but some staff did choose to come in for additional support. And I just can't thank our community enough. I tell people, a crisis doesn't build character, it just reveals the character that exists. And I have seen nothing but love pour out for the support of the student and our community and in this family. So I just wanted to acknowledge that in that student's honor. The other 3 I would like to share is that on April 25th, I'll be starting a series with some of our realtors in the area to reinvigorate that relationship with our realtors associations here to really promote PLSAS as a prime district, a premier district of choice for our families. Also would like to get feedback from our realtors on information that they need to assist clients while buying and selling homes in our district boundaries to really deepen and strengthen that partnership. So that kickoff will be April 25th, that we'll begin having those conversations on a more regular basis. Second, I want to just announce the first annual Cultural Student Group Leadership Conference coming up April 27th. This is our South Suburban Conference schools plus Jordan Public Schools. Think of committed, caring conversations on a larger scale. This purpose that day will be to provide personal and group leadership training, advocacy skills, and event management and planning for member school clubs, promoting culture and diversity. There will be a keynote and breakout sessions. I believe this was actually a question that was asked at our last session that we had about more in-depth training for kids. That will be what this session is about. And Jeff Marshall from this evening, he'll be organizing that event with other conference ADs as well. And then lastly, just reminding our community about the Fish Point Road construction. That actually started today. Fish Point Road in Prior Lake is undergoing, and that's between our two right by our middle schools there, undergoing a complete street reconstruction and sidewalk replacement that will directly impact traffic around Hidden Oaks and Twin Oaks Middle Schools. Fish Point Road will be closed to through traffic from the north side of Huron Street southeast to the south side of Timber Trail southeast and Omega Circle southeast. Fish Point Road will remain open to middle schools from 160th Street southeast to County 44 until mid-June. We sent out communication at the tail end of spring break, and I can tell you from this morning, our first dealings with that, drop-off was pretty smooth. So just asking for patience from all involved. So those are my updates.
Thank you. Any administrative reports? Director Frederickson.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you all know that last Monday, I had a conversation with PMA, who is our financial advisors, and we did have some fixed rate investments that were maturing, that we have an opportunity to buy 3 additional CDs. So we agreed to do that. We're purchasing 3 CDs at our 18th month. The ones that are maturing, we're getting about 3% interest rate on. These 3 that we're now going to be purchasing will get 4.925% interest, so we'll see a net interest of $51,502. And again, we try to keep all of our CDs at about 18 months so that we can readily access that investment should we need to. The other thing that I had, PMA every year provides us with a general obligation debt book that just gives us what the status is of our bonds that we have currently outstanding. And we right now have some bonds that in 2028 will drop off. We will have paid them off. So we are in a unique position right now that we can reinvest in some bonds starting in 2028 to provide some future improvements in our district. And I just wanted to make you aware of that. It will have no tax impact if we just purchase some, obviously, some new bonds. So we will be coming to you in the near future with some ideas for some school improvements that we can have an opportunity to invest in coming up in the next few years. And then the third thing is we got our Association of School Business Officials Certificate of Excellence in the mail last week. This will be, I think, our 14th. We've received one since 2009. And the process to get this award is submitting your financial statements to ASBO, and they also have a checklist that is 41 pages long that you have to submit along with your financial statements and the application. So kudos to the hard work that the business finance team put together. I can't say I was involved in this one, but they certainly are very hardworking and well-deserved. So just wanted to make you aware of it. We'll hang it on the wall outside of the business office where the other ones are. hanging on the wall. And that is all I had for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer Armstrong.
Members of the board, I don't really want to follow that, but I do want to say that we did have a successful opportunity to go to the Minnesota Education Job Fair. While it definitely didn't have the number of candidates that we're used to in the past, we did meet some really amazing candidates and already have one successful hire off of that and some additional ones in the pipeline. So very excited about that opportunity and starting to ramp up any hiring. And I'll just take this continued opportunity to say that our best hiring is by recruitment from within. So any opportunities you have to share our openings for the next school year, please do so. We have some really exciting opportunities for people to come work with us and work directly with our amazing staff and students.
Great, thank you. Okay, board reports. Any board reports? We'll start with Ariana.
Thank you. Today was the first day of quarter 4 at the high school. I know students are excited to be back, excited to end the 22-23 school year strong. Our seniors are very excited for graduation coming up in June. It's bittersweet, but we're excited to take on whatever the future has in store for us. From a student council perspective, we have our bake sale. We are collaborating with Junior Optimist Club. That is taking place this Saturday, April 15th, at the high school from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. That will be taking place at the upper entrance of the high school. We will have baked goods from Lund's, Edelweiss, and a few others as well, and then some of our members on student council and Junior Optimists are baking goods as well. And then if anyone is interested in donating any goods that they make, they can drop them off at the high school April 14th from 3:30 until 6:30 p.m. So if you're interested in baking a little something, you can drop it off. But yes, if you're looking for any more information or updates, you can follow our Instagram, which is @PLStudco. And our members are extremely excited to put on this event. It's been fun working with other members in the school, kind of branching out. So we're excited to aid in this cause. So, yes. In addition, Student Council is busy working in our spring committees. We are starting these most likely next week, since we're busy with our bake sale committees this week. But these include surf and turf, pickleball tournament, a senior sunset, a golf tournament, and decision day posting where you can find information on where our current seniors are headed after high school. So if you're interested in following that, you can find that on Instagram @PL Class of 23. So yes, very busy in the high school.
Great, yeah, it's an exciting time.
Yes, and prom right around the corner.
Very
exciting.
Any other board reports? Not tonight. Is it bedtime? Yes, okay, it is. So, future events are school board study session, April 17th. That's a special session. Town hall meeting on school finance, April 18th at Prairie Lake High School at 7. Then we have our regular study session on April 24th, as previously mentioned. So can I get a motion to adjourn?
So made.
Okay, we have Director Bullion and Director Velazquez with a second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 7 opposed? Nobody. Passes 7-0. Thanks, everybody.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Discussion, yeah. No more discussion. Thank you.